Yeah. Look at you with your little flippy little floppy ears. Goof. Goofy little dog. Oh, my fucking. Oh. Sleep fuck. Oh, silly goof. Oh, my God, dude. Fuck today. Today was bunk. Bunk as shit. Hey. You loud chompy thing. Chomp, chomp, chomp. Chonk, chonk, chonk. Ah, good for little pup. Silly little bean indeed. A silly bean indeed. Here, bum. Pull some music for the background and all that usual bullshit. Can you be any louder with feeding your food? I guess so. I feel like he's actually gotten louder because of that. He's like, oh, I see. Well, let me get louder. Fucking little mutt. Goofy little turd. He's a turd. But a goofy sweet one that I can't help but love. So. Look at you. Little mutt. There we go. Alright. Much better. I feel so much better. Man. Fucking work today, dude. And I'm at like a point now where it's like going to work really is just more of fucking like a repellent than anything else at this point. Like, just the idea of, like, just even, like, to go there just for, like, shopping, it's just like, ugh. I feel like being there, really. It's just getting so fucking ridiculous with the bullshit there. Zukov, little pop up. Get the thick. Just need to see if he wants to get over here for him. Hey, buddy. Zukov. Come here. I got something for you. Come on. And you're just like, oh. Come on. You gotta at least be somewhat into it. Oh, yep, there you go. There you go. Just want to at least see if you'll actually enjoy it. It actually looks like he will. Good boy. He's louder that with than the food. He's louder with that, dude. Well, I guess I'm not giving him that next time. Goofy thing. Such a loud little chomper. Let's see what's happening for the two for today. Let us see. I actually know there's like, something really interesting that we could look at. I was actually just looking at like the first 2 minutes of it before I realized, wait, what the fuck am I doing? I should actually just check this out later. So, gonna do that instead. At least, kind of kill some time first. Get at least a little decompressed from bullshit work and all that nonsense. Oi, oi, oi. I am waiting for one of these little bastards to get in that cage. They have walked around there, before, but they haven't actually, like, gotten in there yet. So I feel like it's a matter of time before one of them actually goes in there. Hopefully. Because, holy shit. At least I'll get rid of one of them, and because now, like, there's, like, a little roommate for Mickey the Rat over there, and it's like, no. I don't even want you in there, so it's just like... So eventually both of you motherfuckers getting out. Ugh. Boo. Oh, I didn't even notice that. Rose sent me a little, a recipe of something. Sure. Do this with me. There we go. Okay. Send me a little recipe. Kool-Aid pie. 9-inch graham cracker crust. Filling preferred Kool-Aid flavor mixed. With a container of whipped cream, sweet and condensed milk, lemon zest, and lemon juice. Fridge or freeze for at least 4 hours. Ooh. I kind of like that. That sounds simple, but really good. Sounds like, some, like a simple but tasty, like, little poor man's dessert. That's who needs, like, super fanciness when you got, like, simple but tasty little treats like that. They're also, relatively actually pretty easy to, make. They don't require a lot and are cheap as fuck. Because I bet, like, for a whole pie like that, probably would cost all together with the graham crackers and Kool-Aid and condensed milk. What was the other thing? Lemon zest and some lemon juice and some whipped cream. So mix it with whipped cream, sweetie condensed milk, lemon zest, lemon juice. Yeah. Like, oh no, that would basically. Well, I guess if lemon juice, so maybe like $10 altogether. But for how much you could probably make with all that, you can probably make a decent amount. And it seems pretty good and tasty. And I sure would appreciate, because it sounds dank. Sounds amazing. Yeah, but let's see. There's really not much for anything else to look at for too, seriously. Well, at least I got a couple things to go look at, but ugh, fucking hate Sundays for that main reason. The reason of just nothing, very little at least. Well, speaking of the devil, yeah, I just noticed your little fucking whatchamacallit, goddamn, oh my god, the recipe you sent me. Holy shit, my brain's all fucked and just ugh. Man, dude, like with work today, it's just like left me in a sour mood. Honestly, with with everything. Now I'm just all kind of like, but yeah, I mean, at least with the, like with that recipe, I was just, I thought I got it and saw it, but obviously I must not have because I remember you mentioning that to me at some point. So I was like, all right. So I thought I saw it, but I was like, oh, I guess I didn't. It's like, oops. There we go. So, I mean, I bet like some of my weariness is probably due from yesterday too. Last night I was kind of popping a bit and flirtatious. The last two karaoke's I was hanging out with were a little flirtatious because on Friday there was a gay dude being flirtatious with me. Gave me like friendly little side kisses and stuff. I already know him, so he's already whatever. I don't care. Yeah, I think it. I honestly think it's kind of sweet, but and then like a chick last night rolled up and was complimenting and talked for a minute. But she just like rolled up and just like got right all up in me. I was like, whoa, oh. I was like, okay. I was like, hi, hello. I didn't want to get like, I mean, I guess aggressive wouldn't be the word, but I didn't want to be like aggressive, so to speak, by like, maybe popping a smooch or something. But she did with me. I was like, oh, I was like, okay. And I've seen her around before. I just haven't talked to her before yet, but she just like rolled right up on me. I was like, and kind of literally took me out of my seat, like, because my dog wanted to follow her, and I like bloop, fell out of my seat. I had to get back up, like, oh. By Ego Magnet. Yeah, dude. I mean, for real though, and honestly, like, it kind of threw me off guard because usually, I don't really get that much. Like when it comes to like, just people like rolling up me like, hey, kind of thing. But between yesterday and then on Friday, like there was a lot of that. There was people coming up. I think it's just because I'm such a regular there now. I'm just a known person, and for the most part, I tend to kind of chill with myself just because I'm operating stream. Because obviously, with Friday night, y'all might get moved if I abandon you. So y'all might move somewhere where I'm like, where the fuck did my phone go? So it's just one of those things where it's like. I relatively will kind of keep myself a little bit, but it's not like, I'm avoiding people, obviously. Like, if anything, I will wander off and shit. After, like, the second drink or some shit, I usually start wandering off and just, like, talking with people and shit. And just usually, let the stream just catch people, doing karaoke's and stuff, which Seems like no one really tends to mind that much. Organs, Polybius, Georgia is lame. All we got is fucking pillar. Don't worry, this is alphabetical. Alright, hold on. I know you already sent me a short link, so I want to at least look at that before you. Deeble. What can go on here? Oh, yeah, some Dylan Hollis.
This comes from Hastings, Nebraska, where Kool-Aid was invented. Now they worship it. They got like parades and fairs and everything. Nebraska stuff. Start with a 14-ounce can of sweetened condensed milk.
Is that actually real? And oh, okay, that looks a little gnarly. But like, is that actually true? Is Kool-Aid invented there?
Liquid toothache. We just mix in one of these small packs of Kool-Aid. We're using grape because it's second to none. Tell me otherwise, I will fight you. Woo.
You know, I'm not gonna argue. I would personally say, purple, by the way. It's purple, you fuck. It's not grape, it's purple. So, it's one of those things where I was just like, where it's just like, it's not my favorite flavor, but I respect it, though. It's like my second or third favorite flavor. The red one's where it's at, for me. I was scared. I thought we might get kidnapped, and who knows what might happen. Some weirdo with a single large nipple in the center of his chest creates this one man. Recreates one? Oh, no. Dude, for real. I mean, I don't know. Like, I mean, I'm assuming it's just because there were some people, like, kind of standing across there, and, like, but they were, like, they were kind of, like, on their way out a little bit. And when I, came back, there was no one there. So I was just like, huh? But obviously it was right in front of the, front bar, so I'm assuming that, like, at worst, like, Sean would have probably just picked it up and y'all would have been seeing what it looks like underneath the bar, or something like that. I don't fucking know. But, I mean, it's pretty hard to miss it because it's on a stand, so. I mean, it was going to be something I was going to spot pretty fucking quickly, and if it wasn't there, I knew for a fact someone would have jacked it. So, I mean, and I'm a regular there enough, so I would have been able to be like, yeah, there was someone that I didn't recognize that I think might have snagged it. Because I recognize even if, like, there's people there that aren't there all the time, like I am, at least for karaoke nights, like, there'll be some people that will show up maybe, like, once every couple weeks, shit like that. But, like I said, I've been there for so long to the point where it's like, I can recognize them, and I kind of at least somewhat know their name. At least a little bit, just because, like, a lot of them will pop up singing, themselves and shit like that. But, yeah. I mean, it's as long as, like, no one, like, is outright fucking with shit, I don't really care. But I didn't like the idea of people just move my shit. Like, they should just, I don't know, just move it somewhere, like, that isn't so, like, out of the way, like, move it somewhere where it's like, oh, it's not there, oh, it's right there instead, or something. Like,
oh, no. That's an Exxon Valdez purple. Zest of a lemon. Pretty exotic for Nebraska. And the juice of a lemon. Can't be wasting none of them fancy things, them newfangled citrus pieces. Good old tub of Cool Whip, a Midwest special. It's kind of...
No, he's right. Edwin Perkins made it in Nebraska. Also, add a little, death for the authentic Jim Jones kick. Warning, best served to others. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Slap her into a 9-inch graham cracker crust. Don't let anyone tell you can't use pre-made. Those people are just unhappy with their love lives. Woo! To the fridge.
Hey, it's not as authentic because you're not putting the love and care into it.
4 hours. Happy birthday, book. First cut is the hardest. Do-do-do-do. What?
He is okay. He just, like, you literally saw him, like, ascended to, like, a quasi-dimensional, like, bliss. Like, that first bite up into, like, right here, like, that first bite. So you're gonna use pre-made crust too when you make this? Graham cracker crust. I'm assuming you just, like, crumble graham crackers into dust and then, like, what? Mix, like, an egg and some water and flour or something, I guess? Maybe milk for a little kick. I mean, and then just boom. I mean, like, I don't know. Like, but I'm assuming to be easy. You could buy the crust pre-made right in the pan. Well, Maybe I don't want to do that. Maybe I want to, like, put the love and tender and care and then put myself in a quasi-dimensional bliss like this, but with extra love. Because look at him. Okay, was it my phone or was that straight up slow-mo, dude? Did it just slow-mo me? Like, that just straight up looked like some slow-mo shit right there, and it really just emphasized what I'm talking about. Like, you could literally see him, like, transferring into a quasi-dimensional bliss. What the fuck? Oh my god, that fucking earbud is somehow... It's over there! It's like, and I had it off. Like, what the fuck? I can hear it from over here. This fucking thing... This fucking thing. This stupid thing. Are we serious? I'm gonna buy some heavy whipped cream and make my own. It's just Kool-Aid, a little bit of Cool Whip, some condensed and sweetened milk, and some lemon zest and some lemon juice, and your flavor of Kool-Aid. Or as the cool kids say, your color of Kool-Aid. Because cool kids, call it by the color, not the flavor.
Light, refreshing, very summery. Pie of the summer right here. A Kool-Aid pie.
Was that thunder? Thunder! Brought on the thunder, dude. Brought on some fucking thunder. When it says, I feel like, we're depressed enough here. There's actually a little thingy boop. Oh, it's right there. Perfect. Yeah. Like, just before it started, as I was kind of checking this out, I was like, oh. I was like, alright. You're laughing so hard last night, I thought you were going to have a hernia. The list. Oh, shit, the list. Fuck, you're right. Oh, my God. See, I'm already forgetting shit. Whipped cream is hella easy to make. Oh, yeah. Whipped cream is really easy. And crinkle, yeah. Add some sugar and vanilla extract. Wait, so what we got? Spookiest urban legends. Ooh. But yeah, I mean, last night was silly. In the goofs and the gaffs. Not gonna lie though, I don't exactly remember exactly what we're reacting to. I just know it was pretty funny, and then once I went to bed, I didn't even eat my dinner last night. Like, it's literally still, like, it's literally just still there next to my bed. I'm just like, oh fuck. I woke up. The Chuds infighting. Oh yeah, the infighting Chuds, the Chudderies. Yeah. Okay, alright, now it's click. Okay, now I remember now. Wait, Mornax, where are you from anyway? Lol. Mornax is literally, like, on the literal opposite side of the greater Portland metro area for me. Like, he's... funny enough, like, he's actually, like, relatively, like, within range of me. Is there, like, a freaking glitch thing going on? That there is. What the hell? Does anyone see that? Dude, that ad is literally having a seizure over there. That advertisement's literally freaking out. Both PDX guys? Yeah. Here. Let's see if I know the Oregon one. Good old Alabama, boy. Alabama. There, just because Venom was there at one point, we'll check this one out. We're gonna probably skip some of these unless there's a state that I'm like, But 1933 Connecticut native Charles R.S. Boyington. Oh my fucking god! Wow, what a name. Where he began another man at a local boarding house. Definitely does not sound like a platonic thing at all. Not long after that, Boyington's roommate was discovered dead of a stab wound at a local cemetery. Uh-oh. Boynton was the prime suspect, despite their little evidence to the victim, and that he would never waver on his innocence. Boynton was found guilty and sentenced to hang. Before he went to the gallows, Boynton proclaimed that oak tree would grow from his heart and prove his innocence, and sure enough, an oak tree did grow over his grave. Later, 2 people confessed to murdering his roommate. The tree is still around today, and said that the whispers and crying can be heard coming from around it. Whoa. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, that's actually kind of fucking metal as fuck. Bruh, that can actually be kind of like an album cover. Like, where, like, kind of the lower third of the album's, like, kind of underground. You got, like, this, skeleton with, like, a root of an oak, just like, right in the center, just like rooting out, with like a hangman's, thing or some shit on it. Like, dude, I can see this being like a pretty dope ass, like, thrash / like maybe doom metal style, like fucking album or some shit. That's actually kind of metal as fuck, not gonna lie. I'll mention Higgins Molly, a giant 7-foot tall woman clad in all black who is said to approach kids out of Abbeville, Alabama after dark. Hug them tight and scream directly in their ears. That'll teach them to listen to mom and dad. Wait, what? So there was a freakishly tall woman who dressed in all black who would just, like, not kidnap kids, but literally just hug them and just scream in their ear. Okay. That's very strange, but okay. That's good. One kind of confused me because it's not really a horse or anything like that. Some mammoth tucks are supposedly buried in the area. Oh, these? Well, that's cool. 1938, Ferris Banks residents were pilfering the mammoth tucks. Auto guys. Or maybe the first story has it, guys, was actually experimenting with preservation tugs. Either way. You apparently didn't make a note where the cache was in it. And since everyone involved in the burial is long dead, the location of tusks is lost time. That's a legend anyway. Multiple searches over decades, well through archives and some tantalizing clues, but so far no tusks. Which if found could be worth up to $1 million depending on their condition. Are buried all over the place in Alaska. Some towns really rely on them as a source of income. Well, yeah, because, like, during, the time of the mammoth, like, in the early human history, like, prehistory, basically. I mean, yeah, they're all over the place. Yeah, right, but that's not really creepy. Yeah, it's not really creepy. It's just honestly almost like kind of a cool little, like, treasure hunt knowledge. Like, oh, there's kind of like a little treasure hunt that you can do with at least these specific type of tusks, but the thing is, like, I mean, chances are it is lost to time because there is a chance that people probably might have unintentionally found them, just because, yeah, they probably are all over the place. And, like you said, some towns do rely on the income of finding them and selling them. So, I mean, there is probably a chance they were discovered unintentionally, but they were just, just like, oh, yeah, some tusks. All right, well, we'll just sell them, help out towns, stuff like that, or whatever. The chances that probably happened, it seems innocuous, but, probably will happen. But, Arizona? Oh, I know about this one. Superstition Mountains, about, like, Jacob Wall. Yeah, I know about this. Yeah. Yeah, when I was in Phoenix, I learned about it. Yeah, so I know about this one. Fuck you, Arkansas, who cares? California? Alright. Why not? Dude, this guy looks fucking dope, dude. Not gonna lie. Dude, he looks, like, weirdly modern and suave for, like, what, 1938? Was this dude kind of ahead of his time or something with, like, some casual but, like, formal drip? In his 38-story flight, John Steinbeck wrote, "When thou cometh to the high mountains, if thou seest any of the dark watching men, go not near to them, nor try to speak to them. The dark watching men, the greats of wrath, offer reference to urban legend that has once spooked to people traveling through California." So is this just basically about, what people... like, is it pretty much, people thinking, like, something in the grapes of wrath, from him? Like, is it that? I thought you were going to say Jacob Russell. I was like, oh shit, I knew no man like that could be a mere mortal. Well, I mean, a different Jacob. Though, frankly, if I was, I'd be like, well, hey, see why he's my lawyer? He's everyone's lawyer if you know the right people. Hikers traversing the area when the sun set, and every report seeing 10-foot tall silhouettes of creatures wearing long capes and tall hats that seem to be watching them. Oh, this might as well be like, oh, I saw a Bigfoot or something. I mean, whatever. Okay, California, a little lame. A little lame, California. Colorado, and Connecticut, and Delaware. Who gives a fuck about I forget that's like a state half the time. Oh, Florida. Oop. No, Walt Disney wasn't cryogenically frozen and stored under one of the rides in his theme park. That's what they want you to believe. That's what the Disney Corporation wants you to think, okay? That's what Mickey says, to just try to, hide the fact. I mean, come on, we know. Perhaps you heard your mention after Disney died, his body was cryogenically. Dude, I don't give a fuck. I kind of weirdly believe it because, dude, this dude was a little bit of a nut, low-key. Great artist, but kind of anti-Semitic as fuck. Really didn't like Jewish people. Had some pretty strange elements of esotericism about, living forever and being able to maybe be resurrected. There is, I mean, he even says it here. His body could be thawed in December in an attempt to resurrect him, which is just a bunch of absurd nonsense, basically, but still, knowing Walt, I mean, I don't know. I mean, realistically, it probably ain't true, but it's fun to think about, okay? Let people have their fun. George, get old George, boy. Arkansas's classic Da Vinci and Hitchhiking Girl legend. Oh, dude, I feel like literally every state has something like that. Because, dude, I've heard that same fucking story out here in Oregon, too. Up until a few years ago, people in Augusta, Georgia have been aware of a 10-foot tall pillar. Though said to be cursed. A pillar, dude. Bruh. Legend out after evangelist was forbidden from preaching there. He threatened that a great wind would destroy the place except for one pillar, that whoever tried to remove this remaining pillar would be struck dead. Soon a storm or a tornado, reports vary, did just that. Supposedly several attempts to remove the pillar ended with people dying in horrific ways. Eventually it was said that anyone who so much so touched the pillar would meet an unpleasant end. Pillar got tasted of medicine in 2016 when it was destroyed by a vehicle collision for a third time. It hasn't been rebuilt, though apparently a stump, which locals are still wary of, remains. Oh my god, bro, wow. Wow. Hawaii? Okay, if there's not some badass, crazy, Polynesian, piracy legend shit in this, I'm gonna be really upset. I'm not gonna be happy. Now a stump, apparently. Yeah. Other place to get banshees in Jersey Devil. We got a rock. Now a stump, apparently. I know, dude. Well, also the Georgia Guidestones got fucked up, too. Which I don't think they've been repaired yet. Morgan's Corner in Nuu'upali Drive in Oahu is supposedly haunted and was the site of a real-life murder. Okay, that's not as exciting as the same, but whatever. In 48, 2 men escaped from prison and murdered a widow in her bed. Morgan's Corner is also said to be near the site of an urban legend that some might recognize. I'm already disappointed because this is not what I wanted. Yeah, who the fuck did our rocks ever do to anyone? Leave them alone. I mean, no shit. Yeah, maybe the person that built them were a little fucking weird and might have dabbled in esoteric Nazism and shit, but honestly, the stones themselves despite all that, are just interesting. I honestly unironically would want to visit them just to check them out. I mean, they're cool. I mean, just on the virtue of, being these big stones that have, this, life after civilization, or at least, modern civilization kind of shit. I mean, there's some cool shit with it. I don't know. I mean, say what you want about them. I think they're cool.
Just lock yourself in your room, or in the laundry room, you could come out and see who it is coming in the house.
Well, I think he recognized your voice because he shouted up. And here's how the story usually goes. Boy and girl are parked under a tree in Morgan's Corner late one night, but when time came to her home, car will start. At least go get help, despite the fact the girl does not want to be left alone. All she hears kind of strange noises like thumping and scratching on the roof. And is so scared she'll hide from the floor of the car until morning. Police eventually arrive and take her out of the car, warning her not to look back. When she does, she sees her boyfriend hanging from the tree, toes scraping the roof of the car. Whoa. What the fuck? Okay, that is actually fucking creepy, dude. Damn. It says that this particular tale was popular among teens, first collected at 64 from the student at University of Kansas. Sit down. So his toe, skipping the roof, the girl's hearing drip, drip, drip with the blood on the roof all night long. When the police come, she turns back to see her dead boyfriend. Her turns white, tale apparently related to another older urban legend you might be familiar with, the Hook. It's also kind of sad. It really is, too, yeah. That's creepy and sad and, like, I mean, in a way, also kind of metal, but in a fucked up way. And Idaho, yeah, fuck you, Idaho. I don't even care about you. You need to be gobbled up and become like the greater state of Montana or some shit. Like, I mean, get the fuck Idaho. Iowa, Kansas, Kentucky. Yeah. Maine, yeah, Maryland. All right, where's Oregon? Let's get to Oregon now. We have a lot of states of M in it, don't we? Zorro, Montana. You know, I'm actually a little interested in Montana. Let's see if there's anything interesting in this. Because, voted more in that states. Now I want to see some, good, we could go to America on them, urban legend shit, boy. You won't find Langville, Montana on any maps because Langville doesn't exist. In the early 2000s, people have been convinced this small town was once real. Yo, Dad. Hey. Has there ever been a Langville, Montana?
What?
Has there ever been a Langville, Montana? Langville.
Lang or Lang?
Langville. L-A-N-G-ville. Like V-I-L-L-E. Langville, yeah.
Doesn't sound familiar, but you never know. Montana's a big spot.
Well, supposedly, it's not a real place, but apparently people have been convinced that it's a real place, and then it said the whole town material disappeared overnight with all the traces of its history vanishing with it. This just sounds like, some Mandela effect shit, honestly. Because, I mean, maybe, some, I bet, some motherfuckers, in the neighborhood were like, yo, it would be kind of funny if we just kind of started, making this joke or something, or whatever I don't know, maybe it's like the Langville neighborhood in a town or some shit, and they all wanted to, do a joke where they all used to come from a town called Langville. I don't know. This feels like some weird bullshit, inside joke. Shrooms? Probably. I don't know. I mean, this either feels like some bullshit since the early 2000s, so yeah, I don't know. My guess is it has to be some gated community of bored suburbanite white women that are, sick of just sitting around doing book readings to each other with their box wines and wanted to do something more exciting and made up a urban legend of Langville, Montana, because their whole little gay community is called Langville or some shit. That's just what it seems like to me. This just seems like some bored, white suburbanite shit that they just wanted a little excitement, so they created some. So that's actually a little disappointing. I thought it was going to be something about, some demon horse or something, like a horse that's demonic or some shit. Holy fuck, can we get to Oregon already? Oh my god, how many states do we have? We have too many states. We need to, limit ourselves. Oh, Ohio. Oh, shit. We finally, we're getting there. Yay, here we go. Could a video game actually make you go insane? And more importantly, would you still want to play it, even if you know it could? According to legend, Polybius made its way into Portland, Oregon arcades back in fall of 81. Oh, dude, I have heard about this. Yeah. Dude, I've heard about, I never really knew the name. I just heard about, there used to be, this fucking, arcade game that would make you go crazy, dude. And, because people would try to beat it and want to try to, beat the leaderboard thing or whatever the fuck. There was, a whole thing I remember about it. Two teenagers went missing shortly after playing it, while others who tried it out quickly became addicted, falling into trance-like states that prompted nightmares, seizures, amnesia, and even hallucinations. Some players believe the game was sending subliminal messages to make matters worse, claim to have seen men dressed in black suits remove data records from the machines instead of quarters. Polybius supposedly disappeared from the arcades about a month later and was never spotted again. While many believe the original game never existed in the first place, some speculate that MKUltra, the CIA's real-life Cold War-era mind control project, was behind the whole thing. I haven't heard that specifically. I just heard about like some people just got really hella into it and shit, and it's like I never really heard too much about it. I just heard it kind of through the grapevine a little bit before, but yeah, I'm actually am a little aware about this. Kind of familiar with that one. Would you play it? Fuck no. See, there you go. That's pretty cool. Yeah, see, like we actually got some shit that's like tied to MK Ultra and the CIA for our urban legend up here in Oregon. Like, fuck yeah, dude. That's base. That's that's awesome. And what do you get? A stump. A pillar that used to exist is now a stump and everyone's superstitious of. Like, ooh. Ooh, fancy. It's like we get like the Polybus CIA like MK Ultra game, dude. At the arcade, bro. Hell yeah. And honestly, I'm willing to like maybe put some like chips down on the idea of that honestly being a possibility. Like I actually do think there could be even credence to this being a thing. I mean, is it likely? Probably not. But knowing how like subliminal messaging and like media and like gaming stuff like that, like social commentary, some of it's pretty overt in a lot of ways. But knowing how a lot of media can be like that. I wouldn't necessarily put it past me for, it to sometimes be used for nefarious ways. I mean, that's how propaganda works, right? Like, that's what it does, subliminally, like, or even overtly, convince you, or at least, persuades you of an idea, or at least indoctrinates you to it, or at least that's the idea and attempt of it in theory. See, but let me tell you, look at the stump the wrong way. No matter how well you tie your shoes, it'll always become untied. It makes you look really stupid, So, take that. Well, yeah.
The closest I got is Langdustin.
Wait, what?
The closest I got is Langdustin.
Langdustin?
Langdustin.
Lang.
Landusky.
Landusty?
Yeah.
Well, that's not even close to Langville, so yeah. See, I feel like I'm convinced it's like some white suburbanite boredom, like white women bored as fuck, in their little gated community, and are like, you know what, we need some excitement, we live in the Langville neighborhood of this little like town, so you know what, let's just say that there actually was a Langville as a town and it just disappeared. Oh, Martha, that's a great idea. That'll just get the stir of the town talking.
Shitload of places not on the map that are ghost towns, old mining towns.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously you're gonna have like old abandoned towns, shit. Yeah. Well, I mean, but even if there's like no historical record of a Langville, Montana, then even if there was a ghost town and stuff, because even with that, there's still records and archives of that being a place. It's just now documented or recorded as a ghost town, and usually, the state doesn't want you going.
Forest Service or BLM map, they'll show you well, you have to get them in a huge, you get a small area on a big map, so you
sure, yeah.
Each little, like windmill.
Right, yeah.
Big rock that looks like Shrek or
yeah.
something. Yeah, stuff like that.
Big rock that looks like Shrek. What the fuck?
Yeah, but anyhow, there could be. I think somewhere I have a map. Oh yeah, one of those.
Wait, whoa, what? Wait, what the fuck does South Carolina have? I was gonna say let's look at a couple more, but then I just saw this one. I'm like, is this? Oh, I might know this one actually. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, I have heard, dude. Fucking Monster Quest spoiled this one for me because I remember this because Monster Quest did a fucking thing on this one. Summers 88, 17-year-old from Lee County. Damn it. It's dropping all his bottle caps. A reporter to local police say he saw something incredible after stopping near a local swamp to change a flat tire. That thing, a 7-foot-tall creature they claimed to have searing red eyes, 3 clawed fingers, and snake-like scales. The shooter reportedly chased after the kid and attacked his car. Yeah, I remember this story. Because, like I said, I remember Monster Quest back in the day doing an episode on this. This man became something of ordinary media sensation. Dude, this is a bored teenager. blow-up dolls inspired the reptilian humanoid. Other sightings started to pop up all over the area with more witnesses coming forward. They claim, but yeah. So yeah, I mean, this is a bored teenager probably smoked some weed or did a bad tab of acid and freaked the fuck out or saw a bear and whatever. So I mean, tall creatures seem to be a recurring thing. Well, yeah, I've noticed, but also human perception tends to like elude a little bit, like, because some shit, might seem bigger than they actually are, or even smaller than they might actually be, depending on what it is. So, I mean, it's like, especially when it's like a quick glimpse or like a silhouette because it's, moving really quickly or some shit like that. I mean, it can kind of, make a perception of like something being bigger than it actually is. I mean, but obviously, it probably isn't that big, but just because of the, because of a silhouette looking larger than it is, because of, rapid movement or, just, your brain not completely processing it. It's just one of those things where, it's like, where it's, I don't know, like, it's just like one of those things where the brain kind of fucks if you unintentionally, I think. But in a way, there's probably a reason for it, just because of like the whole fight-flight response. And if you got like something that could probably hurt you and eat you or something, you probably want it to be bigger in your mind, so you have more of a reason to be like, "Oh fuck," and run away from it. That'd be my assumption or guess about it. So, what chased you? A creature that looked like a cross between a chicken and a midget carrying a tire. Damn. Oof. And, can you elaborate what that means, sir? Yeah, it looked like a chicken, but it was, a mixture of a midget with a tire. I don't know. Had two arms, one holding, holding a tire iron with one of those arms. It also had, like, chicken wings and, some chicken feet. Looked a little reptilian weird. And had an entire body of a chicken. I don't know. What do you want? And about the size of a midget. Fuck. You think midgets used to be urban legends? No, dude, I swear. Those people look like kids but aren't kids. It's weird. Well, I think that's kind of where the whole ideas of, like, leprechauns and nips and, like, dwarves and etc. Like, I think that's kind of where that came from. I mean, because, yeah, I mean, they're around. But they're probably just seen more as like, oh fuck, what the hell, or maybe just like, pretty much like almost like an outcast kind of, status, I would think. Or probably like a freak show or some shit. Like, like one of those parading circuses, that would go around. Don't forget, Lord Jimbly! Yes, Lord Jimbly. Don't invoke Lord Jimbly's name, dude. Like, I don't need him in here. If you say it enough times, like, he will pop up and he will, cause an insane amount of chaos, and that would be really bad. I don't want to be doing that. I don't need Jimbly's chaos, okay? I don't need that. I mean, to be fair, like, TJ's the only one who could surely really, like, temper Jimbly, so I feel like, honestly, like, the Jimbly we see is a tempered Jimbly. We never really get to see the full, true potential that he can carry, and it's like, I don't want to see that. That'd be really bad, because I don't think anyone else can temper him. I think TJ's the only one who's able to kind of, like, control him a little bit and, kind of keep him chill. I mean, even then, very rarely, because there's a reason why we don't see that, that Lord Jimmy ass motherfucker, rolling up on the show a lot, because he's hard to control. Like, and TJ's got to use, like, most of his, like, chi and energy, trying to do that. And by the time he's gone, TJ's like, ugh, just wants to sleep, so he knows he can't bring him up that often. He can't have, him just manifest or show up. I mean, because if that's how it is with TJ, it's like, I don't need that. Speaking of TJ, he actually I got a notification of a new video he just dropped. Well, actually, I already know it. It's fucking Abandon Hope and all that. Wind chime noises. You have two ultimatums. Either Zukov stays with me for the month, or Brazil disappears. The choice is yours. Sorry, Brazil. Sorry, Amazon. Sorry, Earth, because the Earth's lungs are about to get eatest elitist. I don't trust Jim Lee with my dog for a month. Dude, that dog's gonna, like, be, like, half shaven, you know, and, like, be fucking get, like, you know, his nails done or some shit on his, like, his claws done. Fucking, like, you know, got, like, eyelashes, probably wearing a tutu or some shit. Like, I don't need that. I don't trust Jimbley to hold my dog for a month. Fuck that. And fuck this. I don't want this stupid goddamn ad. Just that coming back 1,000-yard stare. He already kind of has that. It'd basically be a million, like, mile stare, and he would just, like, all that love would just be gone. In fact, for the first time in his life, he actually might be aggressive and, you know, just say fuck everything. Be like, "Rrr." For the first time, I actually, like, growl with genuine contempt at life itself. And I don't need that. Speaking of Zukov, I'll never understand why he just loves to hide himself in the fucking laundry room. I have a chair right there. There's a few spots that you could easily just chill at and roll up in a cute little ball. But he chooses the laundry room. Out of all things, that's what he chooses. It's like, bruh. In the bathroom, too, while I'm gone. Like, I'll come home and I'll be like, where is he? And then I'll go down the hallway and, you know, like I'm going to my room. And the bathroom will be closed. And I'll be like, hearing this dog, you know, stretching and getting up. And like, all right. And he's right up next to the fucking door. So I'm hearing all this little commotion. I'm just like, oh my lord, dog. It's the most goofiest little thing. And I don't know if anyone else has a doggo that does that, but, or knows a doggo that does that, but it's the most strangest little thing. Such a weirdo. Anyway, I wanted to check this out because it's at, you know, it might as well have a little fun and not be super serious anyway. So that's kind of what this is. Because it's actually just basically literally looking at an old SpongeBob ep, but a good one. Because it's base as fuck. Comrade Squidward in the house. I'm sure we had, like, even for those that haven't seen, you know, the show, I mean, people gotta at least know about this, even as a meme. Like, because there is a lot of memeage when it comes, just with this episode alone, because of how unconditionally base it is. And I swear to God, like, it might as well be like, you know, Mark's resurrected from the grave just to write this and then just die again. He's like, all right, I'll come back here, I'll write this for you. Here you go. He just, like, cause, I mean, this straight up, dude, like, this episode's fire as fuck. You'll know what I'm talking about once it starts playing. It's only 10. God damn it, my Bluetooth turned off. Now I feel bad, now I just ear raped everyone with that. So, that's great. Probably just woke everyone up. Yippee skippy. Don't need it that loud, there you go.
Me money sweeter than honey. Money this, money that. Profit will make me one leg fat. What? Profit's down $3 from last month. I gotta start running a tighter ship around here.
Fucking every corporate, you know, boss in a nutshell, dude. Which, honestly, oh my god, like, especially after the fucking bullshit I've been having to deal with lately, holy fuck, this, like, the Squidward is just like cynicism of life. You know, it's just how I'm a Squidward right now. This is how I feel. But this is why I've always, you know, have jived with him. Even growing up, you know, it's like I was, you know, maybe, you know, a little too mature, so I was still kind of on the peasant brain SpongeBob, you know, train a little bit. But I grew up to be. We all start as a SpongeBob, but we all grow up to become a Squidward.
Mr. Squidward! Wow. What What's with all this change nonsense?
Over and under.
Yeah, giving customers proper change. What the fuck?
Grab the end, put it through here, up and around the horn, bring it back home.
SpongeBob, I ain't paying you to play dress up. Breathe on your own time. I don't pay you to breathe.
You hardly pay us at all.
Oh.
That reminds me. I got something for you.
Why are they? What? I don't remember watching this episode when I was younger.
I do. I don't know if anyone else has at least seen it, but this sounds like legit probably my favorite SpongeBob episode. Honestly, just because of this. Literally just because of the pretty much literally going Communist Manifesto mode or some shit. Like not even 5 minutes into this episode. It's beautiful. It's amazing.
This episode is just straight marks, dude. I feel like am I crazy?
No.
This is wild. They go on strike for real?
Yes.
Yes, our meager restitution.
It was banned in Turkey. I don't know, maybe.
Banned in Turkey. Oh no, we're not gonna spam SpongeBob, but this one episode.
Oh, sorry. That's me dry cleaning. Here's your check. And here's yours, SpongeBob.
I can't accept your money, Mr. Krabs.
Wait, what? SpongeBob gets fired from his job in a harsh underwater economy and sparks a political debate. Wait, Business Insider? Huh? Wait, is that a real thing right there? Is that actually a real headline? That can't be real. There's no way. There ain't no way, dude. That cannot be that can't be a real one, bro. That can't be a real one.
It's my passion.
What is this?
God, he's such a cuck. Sponge cuck, dude. Fuck. He is literally so peasant-brained. It's crazy.
Hey, I'll grant this at least. There's nothing wrong with, making work like a passion or having, your passion, be tied into, a career or a job or whatever. But, yeah, when you're just oh, you don't need to pay. I will just be a mere peasant and serve you. It's or just not, maybe be well, yeah, I should at least be properly compensated or something. But, yeah, it is my passion. You can do it both ways, you know?
You're making me pay.
I love this, where he's just getting all, upset, and what it is, it's just the bill of yeah, instead of paying you, you're paying me now, bitch. For breathing, talking, standing, literally just simply existing, lollygagging and chewing. Yeah, because Squidward definitely is known for chewing some good old chow, too, every now and then. Oh my god. Honestly, if a corporate motherfucker could have their way, they would literally do this, because what do you think Company Towns were about? It was pretty much a way to bring back, a form of, industrialized feudalism and shit. Because, in a way, if you're getting company script, and it only is, allowed to work at pretty much that one company town, or at least that company specifically, whether, they own multiple company towns or not, that's pretty much all you get. And they could pretty much kind of add or take or whatever, and artificially, set the, market rate essentially, when it comes to that type of, with that money. Because frankly, it is worth just as much as a toilet paper to wipe your ass with, realistically. But, if you ain't getting paid in actual dollars and shit, then it kind of is forced, to be worth something. And companies prefer it that way, because then in a sense, they can pretty much charge you instead of paying you at that point. Where it's oh, you don't want to work anymore? Well, now we can just, send our own private goons to fucking kick you out of town, literally. And, then you're just left on your ass. Have fun. You're, hoboing it out now.
Cash register? What is the meaning of this? Have you gone off that deep end?
There's
Yes.
only a few changes around here. Every time I catch you two goofing off, I'm gonna charge you for it.
18, 19, and 20.
Peasant brain over here, just here you go.
Here you go, Mr. K. I think this should cover all my nonsense. Oh, and here's an extra 50 cents for when I was tying my shoe.
SpongeBob, what do you think you're doing?
I'm just giving Mr. Krabs the money I owe him.
Well, I am not paying that cheapskate crab 1 cent. and I suggest you do the same.
Why?
We've got to unite as workers and demand the rest.
That's how I feel.
This is literally when I paused and I'm like, okay, why am I watching this on my own time? This is why I wanted to bring it up, because, dude, like, that's straight up, like, being hardcore over political for a cartoon show for kids. Mostly. I mean, like, they do interweave a lot of, like, adult themes, you know, that aren't, you know, like, naughty specifically, because this isn't. Very adult theme they're talking about here, but it's, like, honestly, especially considering, you know, these days now, a very poignant episode, I think, for adults to be like, oh. I mean, I don't know about SpongeBob now, but growing up, like, this era of SpongeBob right here, top tier shit. Peak. Straight up. Argue. Fight me about it. Like, straight up. Fight me about it. I won't hear it. Paul and Teach, they can all be like, well, you know, and, you know, say, well, our cartoons, you know, were better and this and that, which, you know what, fair. I'll grant them that. Like, you know, cartoons back then were pretty badass and all sort of shit. You know, but, hey, the last, like, little good hoorah of, like, you know, good cartoons is like that early mid-2000s era. Maybe, like, you know, turn, you know, of the 2010s, but that's when shit kind of started falling off a little bit. But you had a few, you know, Klingoners, you know, a little bit. Like, you know, you had the fucking, you know, like, you know, got regular show, Adventure Time stuff. You had a few that were still kind of like, you know, carrying the water, you know, holding everything on their backs a little bit. But nowadays, they're not really getting that shit no more. I shudder at what, like, kids, you know, get for cartoons these days. Wait, what?
You grew up in the golden age of SpongeBob.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, this episode, Squidward on Strike, like, even today, like, is a very poignant and honestly kind of an adult episode, but in a good way, though.
Well, I'm just saying they had adult themes with children's humor of all kinds.
Yeah, and honestly, a lot of those adult themes, you know, kind of talked about some just genuine, serious, real shit. Like, you know, like, because obviously when you have SpongeBob and Squid, you know, if anything, basically literally being charged to exist, you know, essentially, you know, being employed where the guy ought to be paying them. And it even says, like, oh, I'm $3 short this month. Oh, we need to have a tighter shift so I have $3 of profit. Like, because, you know, Miss Krabs is literally just a embodiment of a corporate greedy fat cat. You know, so it's like, I mean, like, he was an archetype of a type of boss, but yeah. I mean, but he was, but there was an archetype to what type of boss he was. I mean, but yeah, still, he is a boss, so, I mean, either way, that's still true. You know, but
The big deal was he wanted money. Other bosses just want to be an asshole.
well, in a way, I mean, like, Mr. Krabs kind of is. Like, he literally sold SpongeBob's soul for 62 cents to the fucking Flying Dutchman. Like, I mean, he will literally do anything for, like, 62 cents, you know, and sell SpongeBob's soul, basically. It's like, he's, like, a greedy, like, asshole fat cat archetype. I mean, a goofy one, and honestly one that I kind of like. I like Mr. Krabs as a character, but still, it's just one of those things where it's like, I mean, he's not really meant to be seen as, like, you know, a good boss, so to speak. And in a way, he's meant to kind of being seen as incompetent because, like, he does make a lot of money, but he literally has only 2 employees running in a whole restaurant, you know, and shit. Like, there's a little, like, element of incompetency to him as well on top of it.
Yeah, what I tried to say here is he's one of these bosses that what he does for money. Other bosses are assholes just because they want to be an asshole. And they like
Yeah, you're right with that. Yeah, because there are some that just like the power dynamic of it all, you know, but then you just got ones who like the power dynamic, but just because it's a way to just make more money, you know, where it's just like, well, I just want more money. You know, so, yeah. I mean, for sure, yeah, because he's definitely not like an asshole where he's just like, you know, likes for the power dynamic. I mean, like, honestly, in a sense, I think, well, I was going to say maybe Plankton would kind of be like that, but honestly, weirdly enough, he probably, like, wouldn't, I don't know, like, I mean, it's been a minute since I've seen, you know, some SpongeBob on. This is like the first, you know, like, episode of SpongeBob I've seen probably in a fat minute, but it's one of my favorites anyway, so, but and I know Plankton doesn't get involved in this episode at all. He's not a part of it. But, like, you know what? He should have, though. There could have been, like, a little side thing where he's like, oh, well, I will pay you further if you try to sneak the recipe and this and that. Oh, dude, there could have been, like, a two-parter or something. Oh, dude, I just saw that. Because then that could be, like, two bosses, like, and two, like, heads of their company trying to, like, scheme against each other and stuff. Because there already is that, kind of, basically, when it comes to Eugene Plankton and Krabs and stuff. So it's like, dude, man, it just kind of goes to show the early days of SpongeBob, but back in this peak, dude. Even who he said it, it's like, because he even recognized it, like, it was peak shit.
Plankton is one of the people that likes power and all that.
Yeah, I mean, there's also, like, a sense of, but I think there's at least a genuine, almost like an anti-hero-esque ambition to it, if that makes sense, because, like, he just wants to have kind of like the similar success that Mr. Krabs has, because, they pretty much have known each other since kids, from, if I remember, canonically about them. And there's always been like that rivalry, and shit between them. And hence why the Chumbug is basically right across the street, stuff. There's always kind of this rivalry, and there's always been kind of that between each other. And, like, because even when, Plankton might have been close to getting the secret formula and this and that and shit. Like, there's always kind of this weird, like, hey, you almost got me, motherfucker, but not today, bitch. Kind of like rapport almost. Where, so it's almost kind of like a sense of like he's trying to, like, prove something in a sense. Because in a way, like, Plankton's actually kind of a smart character. I mean, and also, literally this smart. He pretty much is Albert Einstein in comparison to his entire family of fucking hick yokels. I mean, in that one episode where his whole family shows up in a family reunion, and he's pretty much like the Einstein in comparison to everybody. Which I think also that episode is meant to kind of reflect, like, hey, like, even if, you feel undershadowed heavily and, like, kind of outcasted by what you want to achieve, so to speak. I mean, even sometimes, even within your own family, like, you're an inspiration almost, like, for others. It was kind of an interesting episode in that way. I don't think it was meant to, like, overtly show that, but I think it's at least one of the, sub themes, to that episode. But again, just, I think another reason why, that, like, that, just the show in general, especially at its peak back then in, like, the early 2000s and shit. Because SpongeBob was going on, like, since what, like, 98, 99? Pretty much about as long as I've been alive. So, I mean, it's been straight up. Like, that was some peak shit. I can't speak for SpongeBob beyond, like, 2013 or anything, so I don't know what it's been like since then. Pretty much since the original writers left, and I remember, if I remember correctly, I think I heard, like, a couple years back they got back together and shit, and, like, yeah, but I don't know, like, I haven't seen any SpongeBob since, but I'll at least speak for, like, the first, like, 9 seasons or 10 seasons, basically. That shit, peak shit, especially, like, the first 8 seasons right there. In which I know this is, like, I think a season 5 episode or something like that. I forgot exactly which one this is. It's somewhere in that, like, like, in that area. Season 4, 5, 6, 7-ish, maybe somewhere around there.
Talk about how they're not doing it for money. Dude, if they're teachers in America, they are definitely not doing it for money. Many professions in this country rely on people just being magnanimous and legitimately being passionate about their job. Like, what? I've never met a teacher that's like, yo, I'm in it for the money, big dog. Like, what money? You make literally a little bit more than a person working at McDonald's.
I mean, that depends on, like, I don't know, coaches, tend to get a pretty easy ride. Not disrespect coaches, because a lot of them do have a passion, for sure, but there are some that kind of do it for the money. Because, like, at least I don't want to sound like it's so hard, but, like, I'll just say this real quick, but, like, I know that, like, in our high school, it was my junior year. That was literally the only year our football team specifically actually was worth a fuck, in the, like, kind of the high school, like, shit and stuff. And basically, like, all in all, it was essentially just like a shit team up until that year. And the main reason why is because we actually had a coach that was not only passionate about it, but knew what he was doing and gave a fuck and kind of whipped up, the team into shape a little bit. And a lot of them been there for a while too, for like 2 or 3 years and stuff, or some of them are seniors too at that point, so doing it for 4, and literally after that one season, he left just because he got a better job, I think, going to University of Oregon and coaching there, being like a assistant coach or some shit, which basically doubled his salary, and he was like, well, fuck yeah. Which in a way, I mean, I guess he's trying to take that passion kind of like up the chain, but, hey, if you're going to get a bigger salary and make a lot more money, then yeah, I mean, I can see why he took it. I don't even fault him for it, but, it's like I have seen that shit, at least in the educational side of things too. And, I mean, yeah, there are like some teachers that kind of just don't give a shit, and are just kind of doing it because it's just a way to kind of make their easy bank, I mean, yeah, it's not good. But that's why maybe some of them will, like, go check out some of these little expose things or whatever the fuck and, use, like, kind of like the school's budget, on, for going to those different events. Shit like that. Happens a lot, especially on the administrative level. So, and on the administrative level, it literally happens all the time. So, I mean, it's one of those things where it's complicated, but for the most part, I mean, he ain't wrong. A lot of teachers really do go there because they do genuinely give a shit, and they ain't doing it for the fucking pay. Because, I mean, if so, then most teachers wouldn't be there. They want to be doing their shit because they want to get paid the bank and would rather go to like maybe a prestigious university where they will get probably a lot more fuck you money in their pocket, every month instead of what they're doing now, teaching at some public high school. But then again, slots would be very limited, and they wouldn't be able to do that. It would be very hard. Brush my teeth, what I miss. Well, fine, mostly just kind of like a back and forth on just like defending why SpongeBob, at least its early seasons, were actually really good. My dude, my guy, my brother in Christ. Screwed. Yeah, I know you're screwing around a lot over there. I can hear it. Also, this is relevant. All right, I'll look at this real quick.
This is Ned Schneebly. He's covering for Gail. This is Gabe Green. He teaches second. Nope. Jane Lemon's fourth. Hey there. Todd's our PE teacher, and Robert is our librarian.
How do you do?
Oh, School Raw. Yeah, I was like, this looks so familiar.
Here to join us, Mr. Schneebly?
Yeah.
Schneebly.
Did I say that correctly? Schneebly?
Actually, it's Schneebly.
Schneebly.
Well, we were just discussing testing.
Mm-hmm.
Which test do you find most effective, the TAS or the Wilson bidet?
I say no testing, and I will tell you why, Joe. Gabe, I believe that the children are the future. Now listen, you can teach them well, big buddy. You have got to let them lead the way. Let the children's laughter just remind us how we used to be. That's what I decided long ago.
Low key though, Chad Black ain't wrong. I mean, I know it's kind of just like meant to be kind of like a silly little like thing, but he ain't wrong though. It's like, oh, what tests and this and that, like this pontificating bullshit that no one gives a fuck about. And he's like, you know what? I actually want to think about the kids a little bit. Shouldn't they be kind of leading the way? Because and shouldn't we like let them kind of guide us on how they ought to be developed in a way, which it's not necessarily wrong. I mean, because, like, you kind of want to tap into what, a kid's into, to really educate them and, develop and learn about them, at least in the educational system, right? Like, because if not, they're not going to give a fuck about, like, geometry and they're not going to give a fuck about shit like that. Not unless you find a way to tap into them and engage them, in some way about that shit. And there are ways to do that. I mean, this whole, like, one-size-fit-all bullshit, it's like, I don't want to get too much deep into this side of the whole thing, like, when it comes to shit, but, like, oh my god, there needs to be an utter fucking rehaul, not, like, a dismantling of, of our education system, but, like, there needs to be a fucking absolute, like, restructuring from the foundations to the top. Like, there needs to be. It needs to be, like, shuffle this fucking thing gotten out, and just rebuild it up from scratch. Because, like, it is so goddamn broken right now, it's wild. He was literally reading the lyrics of a Whitney Houston song, Greatest Love of All. Clever. Considering that it's School of Rock, and, you know, I honestly think that is not only clever, but actually pretty fucking awesome. That is some awesome, clever, like, that's some masterful shit, bro. That's why I love Jack, bro. Like, straight up. I never knew that. To be fair, that's new information to me. I never knew that. But that's fucking, that's clever. I like that. That's almost like, you know, I mean, because he could just, like, pontificate in his own way about it, but why not just simplify it and just, you know, read some lyrics? First line of the song, I believe the children is our future. I mean, I don't really listen to any Whitney Houston, so I don't know the song that much. That's why I never knew that. Like, I don't listen to Whitney Houston that much. I mean, you know, if she happens to be in the background, or, you know, someone sings it or whatever the fuck, you know, I ain't gonna dog on it, obviously. I like me some Houston when it pops up, but I mean, you know, I'm not gonna seek it out personally. So yeah, I just never knew that, but that's fucking clever and awesome. And I actually at least will check that song out. Sounds like a cool song. What's it called again? Greatest Love of All. I'll at least, you know, give me a listen. I mean, like I said, you know, we'll dog, you know, on some Whitney Houston. I mean, she's legit a really talented singer, so I mean, you can't dog on that, you know. Talent, recognized talent. But anyway, back to our SpongeBob. Obviously, this is just kind of a laid back, kind of fucking around, who gives a fuck, kind of having fun stream. So I mean, it's not really that much serious, because there is like something I could get into that's a little serious outside of this, but I know no one cares. I know no one gives a fuck. So I don't know. Also, hints that Ned is a bit smarter than the movie seems to let on, because he takes some things that music teaches to heart. Yeah. I mean, dude, I grew up watching School of Rock a lot. And honestly, in a weird way, he actually is a, you know, like, good, charismatic persuader. Remember that scene when they were trying to get into the whole, like, you know, venue and shit? And he had all the kids, you know, and saying, oh, look, they're all homeless and this and that and blah, blah. Even though they have, like, all these, you know, silly fucking prep uniforms and shit. Like, and they all just, you know, pretend to look all sad. And one of them's just lying on the sidewalk, just, Another one's like, and all this other shit. And the dude was like, all right, you know, fine. You know, it's like, dude. Like, dude, that movie is so fire, bro. Dude, School of Rock is a good movie. I think I lied about them being terminally ill. Yeah, it was like terminally ill or some shit. Dude, it was something like that. Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, it was like a school for terminally ill youth, and, you know, and some shit like, dude, I think you're right. Yeah, I think it was that. Oh my god. But still, it's just, I mean, I mean, low key though, it's a little edgy and fucked up if you think about it, but you know what? I mean, who gives a shit? You know, those kids, you know, even if there was a real life scenario of that actually happening, I would defend the motherfucker. I don't care. Because, you know, let the kids have their fun. Dude, I did that shit. Like, I end up being, like, a part of, like, you know, a school thing where I get to perform at a fucking show, you know, with, you know, being an opener for a jazz band, like a professional local jazz band back when the Jimmy Max Jazz Club was still open in Portland, before the owner passed away and it got sold off. But I performed there, like, with my high school jazz ensemble. Yeah. My dad and my mom went and shit, you know, and it was legit. Like, I mean, you know, it's like one of those things where it wasn't like a school rock thing, but it was kind of like a school jazz kind of thing. So it's like I legit lived that once. I mean, we couldn't stay there forever. You know, we were able to stay, you know, for some of the performance, but there was like, you know, at 8:50-ish about, there's like a little 10 to 15 minute interim period where it's like, all right, you know, just so all these, you know, high school kids and stuff can get the fuck out, basically. That's kind of what they're implying. Then, you know, we'll, you know, like, let y'all, you know, like get back with the rest of the show after that. So there's at least some time for us, to have a little interim period, talk with some of the band members of the shit, get their business cards. They still got one of them to this day from it for one of the trumpet players. So I mean, and it was a really dope experience, like legit. More kids movies need some goddamn edge. That's what made it good. It was kind of realistic instead of fucking daddy daycare, or Adam Sandler, whatever the fuck. Oh, dude, amen to that. Dude, honestly, because that's the thing about School Rock. It almost was like tapping into like something real in a way. I mean, and I think it's just because Jack Black, I mean, I know he's kind of going for some bullshit right now, and Tenacious D might or might not be a thing anymore. I don't fuck. That seems like it's kind of like, who knows right now. It seems like they're just on hiatus at the moment. But, which is really sad. But, I mean, I think all in all, despite that, I mean, he's a really down-to-earth dude, and I don't know if he was, the main, oversight guy or, was the main dude for, that made the movie a thing, but, he really did add, this real kind of, almost down-to-earth kind of thing, because there was kind of I mean, especially in hindsight when it comes to me being in high school, in music, granted not, rock and roll kind of shit, outside of, doing pep band for our basketball and football home games and stuff, because, we do, obviously pep band, versions of different songs, that people know about. I mean, so, I don't know. I mean, it's one of those things where there's a genuine relatability. And especially, like I said, with that hindsight of, yeah, my high school life was actually kind of like that a little bit. Little angsty kid trying to tap into something with my creativity. May or may not got, some shit at home, this and that. I mean, it really, in hindsight especially, I think, because when growing up, I didn't realize it, but I think it was, this is, a weird amalgamation of you a little bit. That's why I love that movie so much, because, I haven't seen it in a long time, so I think this is, just, a calling for me to watch that movie again at some point. Is it on YouTube? And please tell me it's free if it is. Or at least cheap. Ah, Paramount Plus, fuck yeah. Ah, fuck you. Ah. It's all Paramount. Well, usually there's a way to rent it here, isn't there? No, that's literally it. Oh, fuck off. Don't tease me, YouTube, you piece of shit. Fuck. Oh, goddamn bastard. Dude, I hate that. I will, look up movies sometimes and be like, oh, alright, well, can I rent them or something? It's no, you have to use, Paramount or this and that. It's then why are you putting it as the first fucking... Okay, whatever. Anyway, more SpongeBob Bobby.
1 cent. And I suggest you do the same.
Why?
We've got to unite as workers and demand the rest.
That's how I feel when teachers talk about how they're not doing it for money. Dude, if they're teachers in America, they are definitely not doing it for money. Many professions in this country rely on people just being magnanimous and legitimately being passionate about their job.
I kind of would skip ahead, but you know what? Just kind of because it's a decent unlock from what we're just talking about, I'll just keep playing anyway. Just kind of at least refresh a little, I suppose.
What? I've never met a teacher that's yo, I'm in it for the money, big dog. What money? You make literally a little bit more than a person working at McDonald's. What the fuck are we talking about? Maybe if you're in a relatively
Now let's go to Spitfire. Well, I thought he would stop. I remembered him talking about the McDonald's thing, and then I paused and we stun locked. And motherfucker, then of course Hassan with his absurd, fashionable drip, just keeps talking. Son of a bitch. Here, I'll just do it. I saw. I thought I did. Okay, never mind. Oh, there we go. Okay. I'll just do that. There we go.
The passion. It shouldn't be that way, but it is.
Respect we deserve from the boss. In fact, you and I should go on strike.
Wow! You
Strike!
and I go on strike?
Sure. After all, you like your job, right?
Right!
And you want to keep working here, right?
Right!
And while you work here, you expect to be treated fairly, right?
Right!
Yeah. Dude, why is, Carl Squidward Marks, fucking, spitting, bro?
Then let's go on strike.
Yay, a strike! Going on strike. We're going on strike. I still don't know what strike means, but we're going.
Who gives a shit? You know what? That's just the first steps. You don't need to know what it means right off the bat. It's like, I mean, once you're on the strike line and then, you start talking, with your fellow workers and shit, you'll start realizing what the fuck shit means. It's on the voice. You know what the difference is between our fashion tastes? Mine speaks for itself. Well, the fact that he does have his own, fashion brand, look, say what you want, his son does, but is Union American made, clothes, so that's nice. There is a Union label on that tag when you buy that shirt. That's based. So, he's doing it ethically.
On a strike. Hey, guess what, Mr. Krabs? Me and Squidward are gonna go on strike.
A strike?
Yeah.
Uh-oh. See? No. SpongeBob, no. You don't do that. No. You never go, dude, ratting the boys out. No. Don't rat the boys out.
You mean you're gonna make picket signs?
Yeah.
And you're gonna make protest speeches?
Yeah.
Yeah. Get butthurt.
And you're gonna demand me respect?
Yeah.
No. No! Squidward! You didn't tell me I was gonna get fired!
Yeah, well, maybe you shouldn't have said anything. You should have shut the fuck up.
I'm the Krusty Krab, I...
And also, who the fuck is gonna, get hired, there now? They're literally the only two ever. I think there was, one episode where Patrick was for, 2 seconds, and then he got fired anyway. So, who's gonna go there now?
That's an NLRB violation. That's a national. That is a violation of labor law. You need to hit the NLRB immediately.
Yep.
That is illegal. Just saying. Yeah.
But I think that's the reason why they went to such an extreme in the episode, because they want to show that, even illegal forms of, shutting shit down like this will be used. It's pretty innocuous because you're just fired. But that really is that's the first tactic. Before a strike or unionization happens, if there's murmurs of it, the boss or at least, the manager is going to find out who the fucking first voice is and shut that out. And basically fire him and find any reason or excuse to do so.
You can't do that. Okay? You straight up cannot do that. You have right.
They won't say that, you're getting fired because you're trying to unionize. They'll say productive, you're not as productive, or you keep, misclocking in, on your lunch or some shit because you happen to be 5 minutes over or something like that or whatever, They'll find literally the most innocuous bullshit fucking thing, to do that shit with. So they can at least justify when going to the NLRB or a local state labor agency or regulatory agency and shit, it's basically what it'd be well, it's not because of that, it's because of this, and usually they can get away with it, but especially if you're able to document and put things to pen and paper and record these kind of things.
Yeah, they'll fire you. They can't fire you for what they want to fire you for. Just
they'll find something. Yeah, or hey, this coworker doesn't feel comfortable around you, and we feel like you might be at jeopardy of production of workplace and comfortability of work. As if let's say that one coworker thought you were talking down on them because they didn't do something right or some shit, and they say something it'll literally be anything. It could literally just be some bullshit things, like you said, it'll just something be instead of just having a quick little talk about and then just move on, because usually a lot of shit like that tends to be the case where it's hey, what was this and blah blah blah, and just talk about it, and usually it's just kind of a verbal thing and then just go on about your day kind of shit. Sure, yeah. It's productive. But sir, isn't he literally our best employee? Yeah. And also, I know that value of myself when it comes to my work, because I have, even with the store directors, been mentioned we don't want to lose you because we know that you do a really good job and stuff. We don't want some innocuous stupid shit, to be the reason why, like, corporate, gets you in trouble and stuff like that. Because at least, the main store director and my manager, are a little bit kind of like, hey, I'm trying to look out a little bit. But the store director, dude, that guy's a fucking douchebag. I really do not like that guy. Like, I mean, I feel like, on a personal level, him and I would probably be fine, but it's like, considering that, like, you want to throw this bullshit around on me, it's like, dude, I lost that respect with you a long fucking time ago. And frankly, I'd rather hit up the higher up, store director instead of yo ass, when it comes to shit. And if she's not here, then, have her, have it a little note for her then. And I'll talk to her instead. Because it literally just seems like the most tiniest, innocuous fucking bullshit he wants to just, fuck me on. And it's like, honestly, it's like, fuck you. Like, honestly, I really am just, like, not exactly a fan of your ass. I'm actually surprised he's even still there, because there was a time where we didn't have a store director until the new one came in. Then he was just pretty much, like, running shit. It's like, bruh, like, well, how are you even still here, bro? Like, what, were you expecting to be the store director and you didn't get that, and someone who's like half your age, who's younger than me by like a year or two, is now a store director? It's like, I mean, if anything, it feels like there's like a little salt that, he's kind of like throwing around. And, instead of like dealing with himself, he's kind of throwing it at everyone else. It just kind of seems like that, because he's been a lot more, dickish, like lately, since she came around. And I'm wondering if there's something to that, because I've heard some similar theories from other coworkers too, by the way. I'm not the only one that's saying this. That's why I'm actually kind of saying, because I ain't the only one saying that. Some people speculate that he's butthurt, that he ain't the main store director and she's the assistant instead of how it is now. It's like, ooh. And all things considered, might be a little misogyny going on. It's, a little turn to last misogyny, maybe? I don't know, but honestly, knowing his behavior in the past, probably, actually. There's been a few... I don't want to get too much into it. It's at least related to this topic, with this episode here, but still, it's just like... maybe it'll get brought up later, because honestly, some of the stuff I've heard, not from him doing anything directly, but with what he's kind of let go as like, whatever, and just kind of like letting water under the bridge kind of pass and shit is pretty fucking wild. Especially some shit that's happened to my former and current coworkers and shit. They're being assaulted. And yeah, I'm not kidding. And he wouldn't do shit. Wouldn't kick the guy out, nothing. Or ban him from the place, or anything. You know what, fuck, I guess I'll get into it real quick, because it's actually not that big of a story. Like, there was actually one of the times where I went on, like, a lunch, came back, and I saw coleslaw all over the floor, and asked what happened, and some dude was mad that there wasn't any coleslaw in our salad case, and they're like, well, we can make you some more. We just happen to be out right now, but it'll just take us a little bit. Still got angry about that type of shit, and was so butthurt and being rude and loud and aggressive to a pregnant woman and an older, woman that was, working the front counter and shit, and basically had a baby tantrum and fucking chucked coleslaw, at that fucking, at the pregnant woman, over nothing. Just the fact that it wasn't immediately like fresh coleslaw there, and it was still made for him and given to him. And because he didn't like any lip talk back from, a woman that, who's pregnant being like, hey, look, I'm not being rude or raising my voice. I mean, you're kind of being rude, and we do have a right to not serve you. But look, we're serving you. Just, like, I don't know what else, you want us to do. And he was like, well, fuck you all then. And just like chucked it at him. The fucking baby masquerade. Yeah, so, yeah, I've told the story before, especially for the oldies who've been around, or at least regulars that have been around enough, right? Like, yeah, so people know the story, but that's why I want to at least do a TLDR version, because I'm sure some people, that might tune in that aren't completely aware of the story. But either way, it's like, it's just, I mean, he, like, when it was reported to him directly, like, he didn't do shit. Didn't, give him a trespass or anything, none of it. And he was seen, and every now and then still is occasionally, is seen at that store every now and then. And it's like, what the fuck? though this is before we got our new store director. When the previous store director, when she heard about it, she was pissed. She was actually fucking upset, being like, why didn't he do anything? What the fuck, really? And other people were able to confirm it and say, yes, he didn't. And it's like, and she, eventually herself did put a trespass order on it, but apparently it hasn't been enforced because, like I said, he's been there a few times since. So, hasn't been at our department ever since, but I've seen his face and I know what he looks like, and I'll see him, cruising around, shit, but never comes near our department. I wonder why. You said anything to him? The coleslaw guy? No. Because he never comes by. And honestly, at this rate, I mean, it's whatever. I mean, if he starts shit again, then yeah, I'll fucking say something if I happen to be there. Then yeah, I will. It's like, I've heard about this bullshit. We've already had to deal with motherfuckers like you, and I mean, because I'm already at a point where I'm just like, fuck it. I'm at a point where it's like, even if, I do jeopardize my own job, it's like, I'm at a point where no fucks given when it comes to especially shit like that, where it's like, you know what? I got connects at this rate. Even if I don't immediately find something else right off the bat, I already got enough connects. There's new seasons. There's already plenty of fucking places I can go to right now. I'm literally only there for convenience factor at this point, and the fact that, I do like a lot of my coworkers that I work with and shit, and they're chill as fuck and cool. And literally beyond that, there's no reason for me to be there at this point. I mean, the unionized factor is also another reason, because honestly, I already know this for an absolute fact. If it wasn't for the fact that we had a union, as fickle as it might be sometimes, and I do have my complaints, but that's just kind of union politics in a nutshell, to be frank. That does happen a lot. I mean, it's I would have been fired a long fucking time ago. Straight up. I already know I probably within the first fucking year probably would have. But, it's that's why, honestly, I take advantage of that fucking power. Because, you know what? I ain't gonna be fucking walked on. You know what? It's in the rare, I guess, the Cosmos, itself don't like me, apparently, because, the rare few times I have an earbud, God fuck forbid, when I'm about to go to the bathroom or some shit, but I, stop to help a customer really quick, and I don't take, an extra 30 seconds to put it away. It's oh, nope, just no reaction sheet. Which, I didn't bring the paper back, because he gave me a stupid fucking copy of it, but, oh my god, I kind of wish I did now that I think about it, because I fucking... because I want to actually read what the hell it says all in there. I just signed a stupid thing. I just kind of told him the general gist. I just said, hey, I was going to go to the bathroom. I had that because, if I'm taking a deuce, let's look at, maybe watch a little video or something, a little 3-minute video. I just straight up told him, and it's but I got to stop helping the customer real quick before I did because, JR, my other closer, said, hey, can, help me real quick before you do? And I was like, oh, yeah, sure. And he ended up wanting, 8,000 different things. So it's that one time that you happen to walk fucking by our department is when I happen to have it in because I was about to do that, but I got stopped helping the guy that wanted, 8,000 things. It's fucking give me a break. It's I mean, it's not the whole, I don't know. Again, he's just a fucking prick about it. It's dude, it's and then when I walked in the office about it, he was hey, have a seat here. And trying to be all friendly. It's dude, fuck off. I don't need this friendly shit from you, dude. I'll take it from the store director herself, because, I mean, at least we actually have a little bit of friendly rapport, and I think she actually does like me a little bit in the sense of, seeing the value in me. So she's genuinely being hey, I really, just, be consistent about this type of stuff and things will chill. But he's just a douche about it. Just straight up. It's he's kind of a, my dad was saying, it's he's there to be the asshole and enjoy the power dynamic, basically, because he don't give a fuck. I don't even really necessarily think he's there for the money outside of, the bonuses and shit, but I think that's why he's butthurt about not being the store director, and, she is. And she's younger than me, by, a year or two, so she's a little more down to earth, but she's still a boss, and she knows how to act like that as well, so... I mean, which I grant, but I actually respect that because she's not only kind of chill, down to earth, and is willing to communicate and actually check up on a department every now and then. And fuck's sake, even help customers in our department. She knows I happen to be there, and one of my coworkers is on lunch or something. And it's just me, and she sees it slammed. She'll do that shit. It's like I actually respect her as a manager. I mean, I like her. I mean, on a personal level, as just a human being. I mean, I don't know. I'd probably say sure, but at the very minimal, I'd say at least there's definitely at least a respect. So, I mean, because frankly, I respect her authority a lot more than the assistant store director, because like I said, dude, he's just a fucking douchebag. Like if he's chills fucking his personal life, then yeah, yippee skippy, good for him. Because I sure shit don't really have any interest in being involved in outside of like, yeah, you need me to do this and that, when it comes to production, this and that. All right, cool. All right, go away. Be more or less if those kind of customers are upfront and how terrible they are. Which you want to order? Yeah, I want the most tedious to make that time consuming thing on the menu. And if you don't give it to me next minute, I'll go to your bathroom and smear feces on the wall. Well, if they do that at my store, it won't be me dealing with it, but they can go fuck themselves either way because that'd be disgusting. So, I mean, and if they did, I'd just straight up be like, well, I'm just, if you're openly, saying that, I'll just, like directly call up customer service desk, and let them know that, yeah, you got a guy who's about to go into the bathroom and just smear shit all over the wall. Don't let him in there, and you might want to just kick him out. Like, I mean, I'm just gonna just be casual and suave about it. I ain't gonna give a fuck. I mean, customers underestimate the lack of fucks that we retail workers give, okay? They don't realize the lack of fucks we have. We got no fucks. Unless you're chill with us, then I'll give a fuck. Because, like, you're chill with me, I might even hook you up. It's like, because I'll do that, but if, you're just be like, yeah, whatever, it's like, all right. I mean, I can get people got their days and shit, but it's like, or at least, basic respect, going on, then I ain't dealing with that shit. At least I ain't gonna, do a hookup or anything. Just make sure I didn't, okay, cool. The customer's always right. How come I can't get stuff for free? True.
Your boss cannot just fire you specifically because you told him you want to unionize. It is illegal. That is illegal in even the United States of America. Now, of course, when you do take it up to the NLRB, they might issue an injunction and force the corporation to rehire you at least during the negotiations process. Now, having said that, if you live in the United States of America, and let's say I'm just pulling a random coffee shop chain out of my ass, Starbucks, right? Let's say there's 7 employees in a Memphis Starbucks that want to unionize. And then let's say that the coffee shop decides that that's not a great idea, especially because you're speaking to the media about one.
I love how honestly this entire time we got SpongeBob looking so sad. I'm just been starting to honestly process that. I'm like, this entire time SpongeBob's got this sad fucking face.
The union. This is a totally random hypothetical. Definitely must not have happened at all, right?
Actually, one thing I've heard about the Starbucks union stuff is that a lot of Starbucks unionized workers lately have been kind of complaining because like they kind of feel left out a little bit, and a lot of the reasons because Starbucks isn't a union, hasn't really like collaborated or like outreach, to like the AFL-CIO or any of these other bigger unions and shit. Really, they're kind of their own thing. So like all these little chapters of the Starbucks union are kind of like literally like on their own. I guess they have like the national for their union, but considering that they're such a fresh and up and coming union, it's for. Let's be honest, kind of for like a smaller industry in comparison to like, like the industry with like the team stores being involved in, right? Like when it comes to like transport and shit. Like, there's not going to be as much like, like fuck you money to roll around a little bit. There will at least be enough to maybe help in some of the more like, bigger, areas and shit. Like, New York, for example, in New York State or something. or maybe even like Washington, maybe. But not so much for like some random Starbucks in like Nebraska, like, which is unfortunate. But it's kind of the sad truth about like union politics as well, because like, I mean, sometimes they aren't like affiliated with a broader national or even international organization, when realistically and honestly, pragmatically, they really should. And maybe it's not that they aren't, but like there really isn't as much of this cross solidarity that needs to happen when it comes to this type of shit as there was in the past. I mean, because it seems like the whole like union thing is starting to kind of genuinely gain traction, but the solidarity part hasn't really as much yet. Because like I think honestly a lot of that's just due to the partisan like social politics of things, and shit. And to a lesser extent, well, at least maybe to at least at worst, I suppose, equal extent, when it comes to electoral politics a little bit, but being so partisan. But like it's one of those things where you kind of need that in order for the union part of it to prosper, right? Like, because I mean, that's just a fucking blunt truth. There's a lot of union workers and shit that, are honestly conservative leaning. Yeah, they're registered Republicans. Yeah, that's just the truth. I mean, does it make them wrong, or fucked up or horrible or piece of shit and whatever? No. I mean, but like at the end of the day, they happen to vote sadly against their interests. Plenty of people like that, obviously. But at least for those folks, I think there's at least a little bit more of an open door, for lefties, to maybe have a discussion with them. I mean, shit, I was actually talking, like, last night. I didn't really want to, but to be honest, because it really started getting, like, just, like, draining, honestly. Like, last night, like, I mentioned about it, like, I was talking to a dude whose family came, who are Jewish, his family came from Ukraine and fled after World War II and shit like that, to Israel once it was established as a state and stuff, like, and, like, and noticed my, the Free Palestine, thing that I had on my, dog's, vest and shit. And, we had a whole back and forth of it, but his buddy, who is an anti-Zionist and shit, like, came by and started, getting into the conversation, and it just ended up being, like, really, sort of get awkward, because, like, it's like they're bros, I could tell, like, they're really, like, lifelong friends and shit, but you could tell that this is, like, an issue where they've definitely had arguments in the past about. And it's just like, oof, dude. But, for me, it's like, like, I was kind of weirdly enough like a mitigator in it, because, like, his buddy was a little drunk and kind of got heated about it, and, and me and the other guy, were having a pretty chill back and forth, because I think he wanted to understand if I was like, oh, just fuck Israel and Jews, or if I was, a little different about it, I guess, and I was just front with him. It's like, yeah, I'm just a humanist, like, leftist humanist type, and I just don't want to see bloodshed or genocide or death, regardless of who perpetuates it. Like, when it comes to against Palestinians or, Jews, especially when it came to the Holocaust in the past, or like with current things now with like, Darfur, all these other places and shit. It's like, I don't want to see any of that. I mean, there's, because, sad as it is, the IP thing, that ain't the only place in the world where genocide is happening right now. As fucked as it is, that's the sad truth, It's like, and I don't want any of that. I don't care who perpetuates it. And I'm against, state governments, doing shit like that and scapegoating, people's name and, like in their culture and their background and their lives, for some bloodshed that, only fat cat rich fucks, want to, enrich themselves off of. Because it's never, for me, about like, obviously, it's never about like, some race shit for me. Like, because honestly, we're all common blood, men and, brothers and sisters and shit, especially when it comes to the common struggle of our own labor and our own just existence, right? So it's like, for me, that's just, secondary in the sense of just it's cool shit to, a little extra stuff to know about somebody and maybe their, background, their family line and stuff like that, which is cool shit to learn. It's cool stuff to know about. But, like, as far as I care, like, I mean, we all come on the same goddamn ball of rock. We're all, like, so it should really fucking matter. Like, I mean, and, and like, there was kind of a little back and forth that I think was genuinely pretty interesting, but once this other buddy came in, I liked him too, because he was kind of like, I think, picking my brain a little bit, because he saw me being civil with his Jewish friend about this whole shit, and he was thinking, oh, are you one of these dudes who think it's fine? And I'm like, nope. Like, I just straight told him right off the bat, like, just like I told his friend, like, nope. Not, in favor of the idea of the U.S. investing hardcore fuck you money in military expenditures, having bases there, all sort of shit. Not in favor of that stuff. I want to see, a peaceful resolution, whether it's like a united Palestinian Israeli state, a two-state solution. I don't care how it fucking happens. I just want to see peace in that region. And the end to this fucking genocide and bloodshed. Like, I mean, at this point, that's just where I fucking at. I was just telling that guy. And I think he eventually got it and was like, oh, okay. And eventually just kind of went right back into the, like, well, what about this and this and that? Like, it's just the nooks and crannies and the fucking, like, extra nuanced shit and blah, blah, blah. It's the history of Israel and this and that. Like, all this other shit. Like, it got to a point where I'm just like, I'm glad I'm coming up next for my song, which was American Idiot, which I remember that much because I kept looking back, being like, I'm coming up next, and thank fuck I have an excuse to get out of this conversation. Because they were trying to leave too, and I didn't want to, like, keep them longer, because his buddy was, I think that's the reason why his buddy butted in, because he was trying to see if maybe he could get me or his friend to fuck off in some way. I don't know, like, but it was such an interesting back and forth, but also at the same time, really awkward. They're cool people, though. I honestly do like them both, and I kind of hope to see them again, because I think they're chill. I just think, they're a little inebriated. I was needing to get a little bit more inebriated for this, for the karaoke and stuff, and it was just an interesting vibe. Certainly. But, hey, I mean, and honestly, it just kind of validates my thing where, especially when it comes to, like, just Jewish people in general, they're like, there's no reason, like, to have such animosity and stuff, and that's why I think anti-Semitism is such a disgusting fucking thing, because it's like, even when I might politically, disagree a little bit, like, I've always had, like, chill ass, cool conversations, interesting discussions, like, just cool vibes and shit. Like, I mean, just, like, every time I've, met, someone like that, it's always, like, a fun vibe and a cool experience, laid back, chill as fuck, and even he was saying that, it's like, yeah, like, I've been, to Israel a few times, and every person I met at the bars down there and this and that, like, are really accepting, chill, laid back as fuck, and I'm like, yeah, I'm willing to bet, absolutely. I've never been there. Frankly, right now, especially all things considered, I never would. But, like, I mean, I honestly wouldn't bet, the other way about that. Because how their government and their state is way different than probably how the average person is on the ground. And maybe they might get swept up in, some bullshit about, like, what their state is doing and stuff. But at the end of the day, they're just like any other motherfucker in the world. It's like, at least for, a good large chunk of them. A lot of them are legit bloodthirsty psychos. That's why a lot of them join the IDF and shit, very openly, and all that shit. So, and, like, even American politicians wearing their fucking IDF dog tags and shit. So it's like, you definitely got your bloodthirsty fucks, but, all in all, I mean, dude, like, I've never had an experience where I don't think I've ever met a Jewish Zionist ever, really, outside of just like, well, my people, my, this and that. Like, I had, my family fled the Holocaust or Holodomor in Ukraine or this and that. Like, it's usually stuff like that. It's not like, oh, well, I went down there because I just love what the hell's going on when it comes to, this holy ethno-Judaic state or blah, blah, blah. Like, it's never like, that's not the first foremost thing. That type of shit is mostly for evangelical Zionist Christians. I hear that shit from them all the fucking time. Because they think that, like, the holy state of Israel, for it to truly be established, needs to happen in order for the Messiah to return, to either forcibly convert all of them into Christians, and the ones who don't die in hellfire and the rapture and all this other shit. Wild shit. Wild shit. So honestly, like a lot, especially with my upbringing, a lot of the Zionism I'm familiar with comes from that Christian angle, and I've never really have heard, especially from my own personal experience, the Jewish like Zionism, specifically. And I mean, I know it does exist, and I've reacted to it. Obviously, you got people like Bibi Nehai for it, right? Like, but or like Ben Gavir, and shit. But at least when it comes to like my personal experience, I've never have met one. I guess, well, maybe a little bit last night, but I wouldn't really put him in that same, like brush, so to speak. I want to paint him in the same brush that I'm talking about. I mean, he just kind of seemed like, hey, I just want like, a place where my family could be safe and stuff. I'm just like, well, Los Angeles, New York, America in general. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's like, it's like I kind of wish I could have maybe a back and forth if I was buddy button in, but at the same time, it's like I didn't want to have that conversation that night. And more of just an Israelite problem. Well, yeah, I think that's really what it is. I mean, it's an Israelite Zionistic philosophy and shit. Like that's really what it. Yeah, that's just what it is. I mean, and a lot of it is Christian biblical in nature, and especially in America, it's very heavy here. But at the same time, yeah, there's like a Judaic religious bent towards it too. But at least, especially in my experience, nowhere near as much. And even if it is, it's honestly way softer in like how it is versus like Christian Zionism. Like just especially in my experience, Christian Zionists go fucking really weird with it. Like just straight up. Gets really weird. Because just are here like, oy vey, I'm Jewish. I like pita bread and Reuben sandwiches or something like that. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, yeah, like, it's just one of those things where, I mean, I don't know, like, honestly, 90% of the time, I don't realize that, I'm talking to someone who's Jewish unless they actually say that they are. Or it's just like, 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 for me, it's like, oh, really? Oh, okay. I mean, it's just like, all right, well, it's kind of like whatever, but, honestly, a lot of times I don't realize that, someone is Jewish unless they actually just say that they are. Like, I mean, so, I don't know. Like, for me, it's never been about that, right? Like, like I said. I mean, fuck, like, I can probably, like, especially if a lot of my coworkers, I could probably assume where their backgrounds is just off their name and what they look like, because I know the coach I was working with tonight, Jay, well, I'll nickname him that at least, it's not his actual name, but, like, I mean, he's got like a very Polish last name, but if I were to look at him, I would just assume that he looked like a like mix of like some Northern European, like Anglo-Saxon, like Scottish / like Dutch looking dude. Like, one side of his family came from like Belgium or the Netherlands or something, and one side of the family came from like, like some central England or some shit. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, I mean, I would have probably took it a wild guess. I mean, Europe in nature, obviously, but like, I mean, considering his last name, I was like, oh, guess he might be Polish or something. I just kind of shrugged and I was like, oh. And teachers write Jews should just be considered white because they don't have any distinct features unless you get offensively stereotypical. I mean, yeah, for real. I mean, honestly, like, because, like I said, like, I don't look at people based off of their race or ethnicity or whatever. Like, because, I mean, look at me, for example. I'm a Northern European mutt. Like, there's, like, a chunk of me that comes from, like, some English royalty from, like, King Richard III or some shit. And some of it comes from, like, fucking, like, Viking clans. And at least for my biological dad's mom, who I guess in a weird way, glad I never met, supposedly, from what I've heard, was a crazy conspiratorial psycho who was anti-government as fuck and like a sovereign citizen type and all sorts of shit, and like has been known to like be on the FBI's like list and shit, being like this bitch crazy kind of shit, stuff like that. I'm just like, oh, I don't know much about it. I've only heard that from my sister a little bit because she had one of her and one of her family members on her side wanted to do a genealogy, and that's how they found out. And I was just like, what? So I also want to learn about that. And she also is apparently very short. The reason why me and my dad are so fucking tall is because the guy that she got with and stuff that, birthed my dad was a very tall dude, apparently. She was like 5'4" while he was like 6'5" or some shit, like really tall, like straight up like a full foot or something like taller than her. It's like, damn. So me and my dad have kind of like, mended the balance. So, yeah. And also I got fucking like, background with like, fucking Union soldiers and probably Confederate soldiers too. And I got direct lineage to William Dawes, who was one of the 4 that rode with Paul Revere. Well, not with him, but rode, with Paul Revere to send a message, that the war's begun and shit like that. So, I mean, I got like, so it's cool to learn shit like that. But like I said, there's not like some sort of like weird, like inherent, like birthright bullshit, this and that or whatever the fuck. Like, there's not like some inherent, like extra, like, ooh, kind of thing just because of shit like that. You know what I mean? Like, it's cool to learn about, but still, it's just one of those things where it's like, like, whatever. It's cool stuff to learn, fascinating shit. And then I always love learning about from different people's, backgrounds and their, like, family lineages, especially if they know about it and stuff. But, I mean, like, I don't know, what do you want? You want a cookie? You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know. It's a fun thing to, like, clank some beers over and talk about, but beyond that, like, it's just like, who cares, Beyond, like, having fun, like, stories, being like, yeah, I had an ancestor I found out, from a genealogy test that, fucking, like, fought off, like, 20 dragoons and shit, or whatever the fuck before he died or something, like, some shit like that. I mean, like, because because it's cool shit to learn. Like, because there's nothing wrong with it. I just hate the weird esoteric, like, shit that it just gets weaved around it. That a lot of weird, like, right-wing ultra-nationalist types, of all different stripes, especially white supremacists, really love to do. It's like, it's just so fucking weird, bro. You're not special because you come from a Germanic bloodline, okay? You're not special. You're not special because your melanin is about as white as the goddamn fucking fresh and fallen snow in fucking Iceland, okay, buddy? It's like, get over yourself. Remember the stupid-ass War on Christmas movie we watched where the main character was named Bob Revere? I think... I don't remember a Bob... Was this back when we were doing Twitch shit? Like, because that was the only place I was able to do movie commentaries, like, because YouTube doesn't really allow that at all. We've tried in the past, and they usually just fucking snipe that really quickly. So, last ounce of courage. Oh my god! Oh my god! I remember it. I think that was back in the Twitch days, dude. Oh my god! I think you just unleashed an archived memory. Oh my god, that movie was trash, dude. Oh. We watched it on here since it was a free one. Well, I've tried to do that recently, and they've been ass about it. Remember the last time I tried to do that with a public domain movie, and they fucking, like, shat the bed and, like, said, fuck you, no? Like, and there's, like, because we watched up until, like, 15 minutes into, like, one of those movies, and... Oh, wait, was it that same night? Oh, you know what? It might have been the same night, dude. I think we watched that one because that was a shorter movie. And then we wanted to watch another one, and that's when YouTube was like, no, go fuck yourself. And we're like, whatever. Oh my god, I think that... Oh, it might have been that same night when I was like, where I tried that. Because... Which, honestly, yeah, like, YouTube's really fucking finicky about it. I think that's why I haven't tried since. Because I don't want to accidentally ding my channel to the point where I can't stream and shit, like, or it's just wiped out. I already get fucking paranoid when I see, like, YouTube guideline thing, and I look at it and it's just age restriction for pretty much every fucking stream I do, which is so annoying to see that every time, but whatever. Like, I wish they wouldn't notify my fucking email about that, because that's really annoying. Like, because it's already not made for kids, so, like, why? I don't, whatever. Like, it should already automatically be marked like that. So, I don't get it. Whatever. But, like, so, like, I mean, but I would do it again if they weren't just so finicky about it. And a lot of the reason why is just because, like, it's usually the music, I would think. Because, like, the movie would be public domain, but, like, some random obscure-ass fucking record label, or maybe even a big one, you know, like, that is an affiliate to one of these obscure labels, you know, has the rights, you know, to a song that is in in one of these public domain movies, and because of that, that's where it will hit you. The scene where they literally show the soldier getting redacted and soldier stands up and salutes, the way you react to it with Chef's Kiss. Man, honestly, I will admit, I don't remember too much about reacting to that. I do remember the movie, but if you ever happen to find it, like, that'll be interesting, because I remember watching it, and I guess it was on YouTube, but I think now that I'm thinking about it, it might have been that same night, because I think there was like another, like a Christmas with a devil or some shit. I forgot what it was. It has something to do with the devil. I know that much. Mainly just because the name, you know, was pretty awesome. The movie or the stream. Well, the stream, if you could find just it in itself. Because I could just skim around later. But if you... Because that was well, fuck, man. That was a couple years ago. I had to have called it a movie night or something. Like, there had to be at least, you know, there might be something in the title of that specific stream that might be able to help. Found it. Oh my god, was it that easy? Holy shit. Oh, a year ago? Oh shit. Okay. Yeah, it was in the title. Oh.
In accordance to fucking react.
Wait, was that specifically the timestamp too?
Shit, so, but every now and then she will, like, you know, let him give...
Wait. I guess it wasn't. Oh my lord. Wait, well, I won't skip around right now. Remind me, like, you know, I don't know, tomorrow or something. Like, cause, oh, that was a dude, oh man, I might need a moment to find, you know, skim that. I guess if you happen to find a timestamp for it, I will go back to it, but if I'll look at it later and skim around on it. Cause I'm not gonna lie, man, I really honestly deadass kind of forgot that it was that recent. I honestly thought I did that years ago. You see how I got, like, some time blindness bullshit? Okay, I know I'm bad with times. I know shit's... I'm Paul, dude. You know, when it comes to that, I'm Paul. Like, I'm able to at least acknowledge, you know, certain things and be at least an approximate of, like, you know, when it comes to a time frame, but sometimes certain shit, at least, just certain shit, at least. Because I can, like, nail certain shit on the dot, but the dude in that video didn't look good at all. Not like you, Gunnar. You look great. I know, man. Dude, yeah, I know. He looks fucking... let's just hyper-analyze this bastard. I mean, look at him. Look, he looks like he's trying to do a Vosh, bro. He's trying to be Vosh, but failing. Like, look at him. And look at that giraffe neck, too, bro. Wow. What a weird fucking goofball. And LARPing with a bunch of flags in the background. Wow, what a degenerate. What degenerate filth.
Definitely must not have happened at all, right? Kind of specific, but I just like to operate like that. I like to make specific...
Okay, yeah, specific... yeah. Spongy Bobby. That is the thing, isn't it? Oh my god, he's literally delving deeper into other shit. Oh my god, Stonlock vibe. Stonlock Hassan, dude. Plus the way he stares off at the camera must me in the wrong way. I know, dude. It's so weird. You have to, like, you know, stare directly into the camera to really emphasize, like, your focused and you're speaking to your audience, you know. Like this whole weird, like, let me look off and do this weird pontification. Like, so weird, dude. Just such a weird fucking thing that he does, bro. It's insane. It's really absurd, and my guy, he should not be doing that, my dude.
Can you...
Oh, could you hold me? I think I'm gonna be sick.
SpongeBob! Newsflash!
Newsflash, you're the one who ratted all of us out like a little bitch, and you fucked everybody.
SpongeBob, I got fired too. This is exactly why we need to go on strike.
SpongeBob, I don't know why we're covering all this shit.
He can't do this anymore. He owes us for all the precious, irretrievable moments we've wasted in this
Damn right, Squidward. Cook, my boy, cook. Yeah. We deserve retroactive pay on top of the fucking, you know, shit that's been doing. Yeah.
Soon he'll realize he needs us more than we need him. We are workers united. I just do exactly as I say, SpongeBob, and in no time you will have your job back and more.
And more?
A bigger hat. Dude, like, Carl, Squidward, and Marks, dude. Like, it's like straight up.
All right, SpongeBob, now listen up. I'm going to have to teach you how to strike. First, we must get rid of our uniforms. They are a symbol of our oppression. I want you...
True! That's why I don't have mine on anymore. I took that shit off as soon as I got over. It was like, fuck this.
To throw your hat on the ground like something. Now, stomp it into the dust. Your turn.
Yeah!
SpongeBob. That's the idea. Now, throw it on the ground.
I can't do it, Squidward.
I hate to beat me, but the dude, this video is ugly as fuck. He doesn't look awesome like you. Hassan, I know, yeah, dude, Hassan, he looks like a fucking nerd. What is he trying to do? Like some fucking, like, skibbity ass, like, you know, 50s broccoli cut fucking, you know, top right here. You know, got this, like, you know, Hawaiian fucking, you know, tourist outfit, but also trying to be emo at the same time. Like, who the fuck is this guy, bro? I'm just here for the SpongeBob, my dude. Sorry, reposted. Well, you know what? It kind of works anyway, so whatever. I mean, it works for the kayfabe. Hey, I'm gonna work with it. I don't give a shit. That reminds me, I forgot which, but there was a DFF that had a Paul in the thumbnail for a play. He did it a while back, and that guy looks a lot like Paul. TJ was like, that is Paul Dumb Shits. Oh, yeah, it was the play where Paul played the preacher, like the Pentecostal preacher. I don't know the name of the play, but I know Paul's talked about it before. And dude, that's like one of my favorite pictures of Paul, honestly. Like, I'm not even gonna lie. Really, it is. Like, it's such a really cool shot. Like, of him just holding the snake and just like, ah. Like, he really does, like, look like a straight-up Pentecostal preacher. So, you know what? I do forgive some people. I think some people are just memeing, so that's where I forgive it. Because I think some people recognize he just straight up does, like, you know, look like a Pentecostal preacher. Like, if you went to, like, some bumblefuck Appalachian Pentecostal church, like, I don't know, like, fucking North Carolina or some shit, like, I mean, I guarantee you there's a preacher that unironically looks like, you know, Paul from that photo. Like, so, you know, I mean, I'm willing to at least defend it a little bit. I thought it did, but it was, like, edited. Yeah, I mean, because TJ likes to do that type of shit. Likes to use AI to kind of edit stuff and fuck around with it a little bit. So, yeah, I know he likes to do that too. Or defense, TJ, deepfake. Yeah, you know, because he does like to do shit like that. But, yeah, I mean, that picture's been around all over the, you know, at least, you know, the DP days too, even. I mean, including, you know, obviously the infamous White Gill Paul photo and shit. Like, so, I mean, it's just one of those things where, I think just at least, for the hardcore crew that has known Paul and TJ and just, especially during DP days, they're aware of it. But, that's why I'll at least forgive some people, but who've seen DFF like 3 years into, them doing that and be like, oh, and not knowing that picture is actually Paul and being like, oh, is that Paul? Because it kind of looks like him. I could kind of, especially because now Paul's got long hair and a beard. Like, like I said, I could kind of forgive it a little bit, but not for everybody. Because I know there was, I do remember that stream, and there were some people who were just straight up retarded. Like, just straight up stupid. Being like, dude, that is Paul. Like, are you like, it's like, I swear, there were some people I recognize. I've seen you around since, like, the early days. There ain't no way that you did. It's like, there ain't no way. So that's where I'm like, I will give leeway for memery. Where some people were doing some memes.
That is my friend. It never opens.
Squidward is an annoying leftist, and SpongeBob is the average American worker who thinks that, like, if they work really hard, they'll make it.
Breast me?
Stop calling me out.
And that the company truly is a family, and that it would be...
Oh, God. No. We're all one here.
Better if you just spent your money on a PlayStation 5 or something instead of union dues.
Which don't really cost that much anyway. Like, for me, it's literally about like $40 a month because it's about like $10 per paycheck, which, like, for dues is not much at all. Like, and this is a weird, funny, silly misnomer about, like, union dues and stuff. It's like, oh, a lot of your paycheck's gonna be cut because of diet. It's like, no, not really. Like, at most, it would be, like, maybe, like, 30 or 40, like, per paycheck. But honestly, it really just depends on, like, the specific work. If it's, like, salary or wage-based, shit like that. Like, it does vary, to be fair. So maybe if you're doing like a teacher's like, salary based like kind of thing or some shit, maybe it is more like, maybe it'll be like 60, bucks, per month for union dues, or some shit like that. But considering the salary they make, probably not that much. At the end of the day, like, not that much in comparison to like a lot of other shit that could be going into, like, so I don't know, like, because at least then there's like, guaranteed healthcare instead of having to do like $60 a month, to an insurance company that's probably going to fuck you over anyway when you have a health problem, and some shit like that. So, those dues go into various different benefits where at the end of the day, it saves you money. And also, you get a higher wage anyway, at least competitively. So, that's kind of the point of having the dues. It's like at the end of the day, they pay for themselves. The dues paid themselves, basically, over time. That's kind of the point. The three of them, who do you think would be transitioning most smoothly to right-wing grift? I know Paul has Paul's Eagle, and TJ has about how much money he can get by becoming a Christian, but I think Scotty has the biggest chance of pulling off. Look, I went along with so long because TJ's my brother, but I got tired of hearing the little lies. Yeah, I feel like Scotty would have the easiest chance because of that. Though I suppose Paul could... maybe not Paul as much. He's got Paul's Eagle. Yeah. I suppose he is kind of, branching into religion a little bit with like Za Buddhism, but that's not really right wing. I guess he could do like the Russell Brand thing. But he's too critical of Christianity for that, though. So, yeah, Paul wouldn't be it. DJ, maybe. But Scotty is certainly more likely than not, for sure.
Look, I threw my head on the ground. A confession. Next time, think before you litter.
Damn. The cops are breaking up the strike already and it hasn't even started. Hey, Cap. Fuck you, cop.
Okay, pay attention, SpongeBob. Now we're gonna make picket signs.
That's awesome. The fucking cop working alongside the business owners to fucking harass and falsely malign and falsely fucking attack the picketing workers. That's another. Yep.
I see. Yeah. This is why my favorite app, bro. That's why I kind of still had this in the background, because even though, we're going to tune in and out of it, I mean, every second of it is just awesome. I mean, so we could pause it and get back into it. It still works, so it's that, whatever, but because in a weird way, I mean, there is kind of like a weird overarching, like, root in this topic into kind of everything we're talking about in a weird way. Think about it. I mean, because honestly, I mean, everything is kind of rooted into like that common, proletariat struggle. I mean, some people may kind of notice it or at least realize it and be like, yeah, pro union, blah, blah, blah. Just, kind of, I suppose that mean be a little like, liberal about it. And then you got, people like me. But then you also have a lot of people that are just like, fuck this shit, it's just a bunch of common nonsense. So, I mean, there's like some poignance into this, especially when it comes to a lot of this problems socio-economically, especially when it comes to a lot of our, federal budget going into war, and constant, escalation of rumors of more war on top of what's already happening, and just more buybacks and more, handouts to fucking rich fat cats, like the good old crabs, and fucking, all this bullshit about like, pretty much like walking back all this, restructuring of the police and defunding them a little bit and also shit. Even amongst, with what happened with Massey too recently. I don't know if anyone's heard about that, but it's like even amongst that, because despite everything, it's like even that's kind of getting brushed under the water, even though there's a lot of people getting fucking in an uproar about it. But there has been protests based off, off of that just alone because it's such an insane, fucked up story. I mean, like, it's wild. I mean, because she literally called the cops, because she thought someone was, snooping around her property and shit, and also had a history of schizophrenia and as well, and is known to have, like, sadly, mental health issues and shit, and literally died for it. It's like, just because of that. Like, the one time she was hoping that she could trust the fucking cops, and they fucking kill her for it. It's insane. I mean, I've seen the footage, too. There's, like, I mean, it's basically, like, literally on the equivalent of George Floyd, but instead of a fucking knee on her neck, it was a gunshot to her fucking eye. Over, like, a boiling pot of water, too, by the way.
Wonderful
A confession.
touch there.
Next time, think before you litter.
Think before you call us again next time, by the way, especially if you're mentally ill and I don't like you. Because I have a fucking Nazi fucking skull and a black sun tat on my neck.
Okay, pay attention, SpongeBob. Now we're gonna make picket signs. This is a very important part of striking.
Like this, Squidward?
Not a picket fence, you ding-dong. Picket sign.
How's this?
No. This is a picket sign. Krusty
Krusty Krab unfair.
Krab unfair. Short, sweet, and to the point.
How about this, Squidward?
Yeah. And honestly, yeah. Squidward's totally absolutely right. Short, sweet, to the point. Why do you think, that union sign right there is so simple? UAW on strike. Literally, that's it. I put the stickers on it because they also had stickers there, too. So, there's Solidarity for Air sticker and Unit Strong sticker. Yeah, just personalize it a little. But, yeah. Short, sweet, to the point. That's all you need. And honestly, there's something more fun than a good sign that's short, sweet, to the point, but also got a little humor to it. A little funness. Like, I love signs like that. When people got, like, their own personal signs, because, you get usually, some generic signs like this, at different protests and strikes and shit like that. But some people, like, fucking do a little extra flex and show off, their artistic creativity and, flex out some fancy shit, too, sometimes. It's just like, ooh, I love shit like that.
SpongeBob, it's unfair, not fun fair.
A fun fair? Where? Oh, I could go for some fun.
At the Krusty Krab!
Hey,
Honestly, you want to know what's going on here? I don't know if Hassan will mention it, but this is basically what scabs do, if you think about it. I know, like, SpongeBob is just kind of ignorantly not realizing what he's doing, but if you think about it, this is kind of like, the behavior of what scab, tactics are like. Where it's like, hey, cross the picket line because, hey, it's actually good to work here. It's actually good to eat here. Blah, blah, blah. It's like, it's basically a way to cross the picket line if you think about it. It's scab tactics. Like, that's kind of what's going on. I mean, again, SpongeBob, in the episode is obviously not realizing what he's doing, but I mean, it's one of those things where it's speaking to a broader issue, especially when it comes to like scabs and the breaking into picket line. It's kind of doing it literally point by point. Like it did it with a very simple thing with cops breaking it up first by at least doing it simply as just like, hey, think before you litter. But it's still getting the point across a little bit because cops break up fucking protests and strikes all the time. That's their bread and butter. They love doing that shit. It gives them an excuse to use their bludgeons and shit. So, I mean, they'll let it slide if it's peaceful and it doesn't cause utter disturbance. But if there's a way for them to get away with breaking shit up and they can find an excuse, they will.
Buddy, let's go to the fun fair.
Wait a minute. I remember, fucking Squidward saying some shit. Oh, wait, hold on. I think that happens multiple times. Because I remember fucking Squidward saying some shit after that happened, but I think that happens later. Because that happens twice. I was about to be like, wait a minute, am I misremembering something?
Bro, SpongeBob was a wrecker, dude. He was secretly there to disrupt picketing,
like a scab,
unionization efforts. He was hired by the fucking. He was hired. It's like a, what is it called? It's like a. It's not even a scab. It's like a.
Well, I mean, yeah, I guess he's technically right. I mean, if the company is hiring people to go into the picket line and purposely disrupt shit. Like, that is a tactic. I mean, but it's not really used that much because, honestly, it doesn't work. Like, because the workers on the picket line, unless it's people in solidarity were like, showing up being like, hey, I want to, join you guys. I support what you're doing. And shit like that. Unless some shit like that, like, they're going to be weary of you and be like, who the fuck are you? And they're going to start asking questions like, do you work here? This and that, blah, blah, I mean, people on the picket line are pretty fucking privy about this shit. Even with random people showing up, like, they're gonna at least, be a little like, maybe not on guard or standoffish, but at least, kind of keep in mind that, yeah, there's people that aren't affiliated with them that are, potentially, harmlessly enjoying solidarity. Like when I was with the UAW strikes, the first couple times, I was asked a couple questions, being like, so, are you like a big union guy, this and that, blah, blah, and, just, basically just starting conversation, nothing like an interrogation or whatever, right? But still, just little things to where they kind of are like, what are you about? Kind of figuring you out kind of thing. Which, I mean, people do all the time, right? Like, so it's nothing really like, it's not really inherently based off of like a suspicion. It's just kind of more or less just like, hey, if you're hanging out and joining solidarity, what you about? And just kind of getting to know you a little bit because, hey, if you're joining solidarity with us, we love that. So, hey, I mean, you're, brother or sister just like, the rest of us on the line. So what you about? What's your story kind of thing? And if anything, at least very minimal, it's just kind of an innocuous, like, hey, what's your story kind of shit, But that's why that whole, like, getting, like, so, like, the company hiring, like, psyops to go into a strike to start shit, like, that just doesn't really work because there's kind of, like, this brotherly, like, hey, what's your background, stuff like that, and if there's something fishy about you, they're gonna be like, they're not really gonna like you that much, and they're probably gonna want you to eventually just fuck off. Especially if you start doing shit or starting shit, it's like, I mean, at that point, especially if you're the one being the aggressor and making everyone else look bad, then, yeah, they're going to kick you the fuck out and be like, fuck off. They might, at least verbally warn you at first, be like, cut that shit out or you're out, like, get out of here. But if you keep doing it, then they're going to kick you out. But honestly, more often than not, they probably won't even give you that warning. They'll probably just tell you to fuck off, immediately. And you know what? I don't blame them. I mean, that shit's happened before. I mean, even some of these recent strikes, that people are pretty well aware of, like with the UAW strike that happened, not that long ago, right? Like, I mean, there's different, places where strikes were going on where shit escalated like this because those tactics were used. Didn't really work, obviously, but I mean, it's still a trick that they're willing to use, which you would think that they would have better ways to do it, especially when they got the cops in their fucking pocket. But I guess I mean, that's part of the reason why, I suppose. Put a little money in that, because then the cops get a little boost, and y'all have a little nice little champagne at the little fucking parties or whatever. So I don't know, like. I mean, y'all make money, y'all have fun, and jerk each other off anyway. So I mean, whatever. It's like a little cost, to the broader investments they make, right?
Yeah, he's like a Pinkerton, dude.
Do you think Patrick would have made a good scab in this episode? Yeah, actually, because then it could add like a weird little like mini side plot with SpongeBob and Patrick's relationship because they're best friends. So it would kind of put them at odds because they've had episodes where they have been at odds and, and shit like that. So, I mean, it would fit the bill. Yeah, I actually do believe, yeah. If there's anything that I think this episode is missing, it's just other shit that where, honestly, it could have been like a 2-parter episode. Like, where it's not totally solved, and the next episode, in the season is resolving it or something. But I don't really think SpongeBob, as a show has done that. Outside of, like, the movies, I guess. Yeah, but those aren't, like, multi-part things. Those are movies. So, I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they have a multi-part episode, kind of thing. But as far as I'm aware, I don't think they do.
Pinkerton Bob over here, fucking, not only
Pinkerton
just
Bob!
but, like, simply there to wreck.
Recently, a SpongeBob episode was in controversy. The controversial episode, SpongeBob, You're Fired, airs Monday, November 11th at 7 p.m. on Nickelodeon's. SpongeBob SquarePants may look innocent enough, but the animated Nickelodeon character is causing
I'm assuming this is the guy running the channel. Whoa. So this is a real article headline. Wait, so they're like, well, I guess we'll just kind of skip it, but I guess the gist is, like, this episode did cause controversy, or like a different, well, this one's called Squidward on Strike, so was this like or I guess, is this the same thing, because he did get, so I don't know, like, that's what I would assume. Man, I think this is the reason why this episode and this broader show is just peak SpongeBob, dude. The big thing growing up was SpongeBob turning kids gay. For me, it wasn't SpongeBob, honestly, because my dad loved SpongeBob. Like, him and I would watch it together and shit. Like, but my mom didn't really care for it. She was just like, eh. But, she didn't hate it or didn't hate me watching it. She didn't care for me. She just didn't care. But, like, when it came to other shit, like Codename Kids Next Door, oh my god, my parents hated me watching that show because they thought that it was encouraging kids to rebel against their parents and shit like that, which I don't even know how. What? But, so, there was definitely shows that were kind of like, no. But it was mostly that for some reason. Which, I don't even understand how Codename Kids Next Door is even fucking, like, encouraging rebellion against your parents. I don't even understand that. Because I grew up watching it a little bit, at least when I could. And at least as far as I remember, nothing about that was, like, encouraging that. I mean, if anything, just the adults and the parents weren't really, like, the main characters of the show, because that wasn't the point. It's like, they're going to be side characters, and if anything, just kind of there as, like, a little cameo, little guest to be like, hey, what's up, kids? Whatever, It's like, I mean, no one gave a fuck. Like, so, I don't know. It was weird. Our mom was convinced I was going to make us gay somehow. I mean, SpongeBob low-key, like, Mr. SquarePants himself. I mean, low-key, though, I mean, it's, like, he is a little queer. I mean, let's be honest, he is a little bit. I mean, like, Dude, my boy SpongeBob likes to get in a French maid outfit, okay? Like, he's a little gay. He's a little, like, femboyish. He's a little bi, gay. So he's certainly very, like, open, in that way. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, man. Honestly, I can see it. I can understand it. But it is bunk and stupid. Because no show is going to make a kid gay. If they're gay, they're gay. Okay? like, there's no way to... There's just no way to, like... I don't even... What the... Are you just... What? Shut the fuck up. Fuck you too. Shut up. Fuck you too. Asshole. I mean, the show's about fighting adult tyranny, but as far as I could tell, the kids had a pretty good relationships with their parents. Yeah. Yeah, because the tyranny was mostly, like, and also, like, there was those, like, weird, like, fucking antagonist kids or whatever. Like, it was 5 of them, and they were all literally, like, identical to each other. Like, it was mostly, like, it wasn't really, like, and that was, like, kind of a tyrannical archetype of a very hyper traditional nuclear family structure and shit like that, right? Like, so, I mean, it definitely was, but I don't really think it was adult tyranny. I think it's just tyranny in traditional hyper rigid structural archetypes and letting more of a free expressionary, like, upliftment for children and families being more of, like, kind of like the back and forth in a sense. At least for the perspective of the kids in a little bit. Because all of them were kind of like various archetypes of, like, late 90s, early 2000s, mid 2000s, like, kids and shit. You got, like, the little nerdy types. You got, like, the little, like, emo, like, grunge kids and shit. You got, like, the punks. You got, the nerd bros. You got, the fucking skater bros and shit. Like, I mean, all of them had different little archetypes of, like, kind of the general zeitgeist for the time of what, like, kids, were kind of into and shit. Right? Like, especially for the 90s a little bit. A lot of them, like, especially, like, number 1 for, like, number 10, basically. It's at least number 1 for 5, especially, because I think they were the main 5 characters. But, like, all of them were essentially, like, various different archetypes of, like, late 90s, early 2000s, like, archetypes of what the youth were at the time. I mean, so... I mean, a lot of them, so I think, really, it was just more about, like, just hyper-rigid structural, like, like, kind of, systems and shit of, like, upliftment when it comes to, like, development of kids, society, etc., versus, like, more of, like, a, broadly liberalized, like, freedom, expressionary kind of, like, upliftment, development for, youth and society and shit, right? Like, so... I think there was, like, a little mixture of different things going on for sure, but I think that's kind of like the overarching thing happening. Because for sure, like, there definitely was, like, oh, those damn adults or whatever, because especially for kids, who's the tyranny in a kid's life? Adults. Okay, so yeah, that's going to be the kind of overarching theme in the show because of that, but from what I remember, that wasn't the only thing in the show that was tyrannical. Right? Like, so, I think it's a little bit more than just, like, adult tyranny, but it definitely is one of the major overarching themes for sure, because especially in a kid's life, growing up until a certain age, the tyranny is the adults. It's the school and the teachers and all that shit. Because even that codename Kid Next Door movie that basically kind of was a slight ripoff of, like, Star Wars a little bit, and, like, had, like, the whole, like, trench, scene, but in the school, it was, like, the fucking water fountains being the lasers, and shit down the hallway and stuff. It was actually kind of cool. I remember, it was actually kind of, like, a really cool movie. I'm pretty sure it was a movie. Maybe it was, like, a special, like, hour-long episode or something like that, but I'm pretty sure it was a movie. But either way, it was actually pretty dope. But still, I mean, it's, like, it's one of those things where, like, there's a lot of overarching, elements for sure. And, hey, to bring us full circle with SpongeBob, too, I mean, they ain't no stranger to that either. I mean, because this episode is specifically talking about corporate tyranny, right? I mean, Codename Kids Next Door never really got into that. I mean, if it did, maybe like minorly, tangentially with, the school system, I suppose. But even then, not really. But with shows like SpongeBob, a little more leeway to do that because the characters are technically adults, right? So, I mean, there's a little more leeway to do that, and hence why it's, like, even for my dad, would watch this shit while I was growing up and stuff. I'd lay on the carpet just chilling, in front of TV, and he'd be sitting on the couch, watching it. So it was just one of those things, where it was very compatible. It was kind of, I mean, there's a lot of cartoons like that, which that especially I think really stand test of time in a way. Like King of the Hill's another really great example. A lot more adult, and not really as like kid friendly, so to speak. But it was kid friendly enough to where, if my little 8-year-old ass happened to be sitting down, watch TV with my mom or dad, watch King of the Hill, no one cared. I mean, because there is like in a weird way like a family wholesome vibe to King of the Hill in a way. Even with like some of the more adult jokes and shit like that I probably didn't get. But there was enough like stuff where I was fucking busting the gut just as much as my parents were at different shit in King of the Hill. So, I mean, so there's certainly an overlap there's an overlapping like motif when it comes to a lot of this media, especially back in like the late 90s, early 2000s, where these shows were like especially at their peak. Fuck, man, that was like the last hoorah, bro, when it came to fucking shows, especially cartoons, dude. I swear to God. Like, it got a couple left, to bring it full circle with that. Like, there's a few left, carrying the fucking water of it. At least, some of it did. I don't know about now, but holy shit, man. Dude, like, we were anyone who's, like, younger than 25 just doesn't get it. I swear to God, they will never understand. Bruh. Dude, they'll never get it. Because, bruh, we got it. We had the last peak of the shit, and it was just beautiful. Cartoons and just, in that kind of media form and shit when it came to TV. When it came to like SpongeBob, King of the Hill, Ed, Ed, Eddie, Courage, Cowardly Dog, I mean, I could fucking start, I could just go down the list. I mean, it's like, that was the last, like, just peak, like, banger, constant banger over and over again, basically, when it came to shows. I mean, nowadays, like, there's Rick and Morty, I guess, but even then it's kind of starting to fall out of, public sphere a little bit just because of what happened with Josh Roiland and shit and stuff like that. So, outside of, like, that, and I don't know, like, that's all I can think about. Outside of that, it's like a bunch of animes that I'm not aware of, so, I mean, there's, like, cartoons and shit really, like, falling off. They'll sleep on Disney animated shows. I don't want to get Disney Plus. That's the problem. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do that, man. I don't want to get Disney Plus. I don't want one of these streaming services. At least not right now. Like, I don't want... If I'm going to pay for a streaming service, I don't want it for my fucking phone, okay? Fuck that. Like, I want to get a better setup if I'm going to do that, okay? Like, I'll watch a movie and rent it or watch it for free on YouTube or something on my phone, but beyond that, like, if I'm renting one of these streaming services, I make sure I get, like, a setup or something. Just use third-party site or something. I could do the old Sail of the Seven Seas. Hey, I'm Banjack, say you're screwed. The Dutchman's coming for you. Something's lost at sea. Shipwrecked your destiny. Man, I haven't done an Ailstorm karaoke in a fat fucking minute at that bar. Alright, next karaoke weekend, remind me to make sure I do an Ailstorm song. It's been a fat minute since I've done one, so I need to do one. There's a fuckload of them on YouTube, too. So, literally any of them would work. Doesn't even matter. But anyway, Paul. Ew, why do so many grown people like cartoons? Because we're art, Paul. Art! Yeah, exactly. And you know what? They always talk about their shit. I know, and they will fuck on everyone else about that too. They have a comeback about that rebuttal. It's like, you know what? Look, why are we even arguing? Like, can we just appreciate that, you know, there was some cool shit that maybe you don't totally get because it wasn't your gen? But you know what? Especially in the zeitgeist and hindsight, there's a lot of us, like me, hello, you know, that had like siblings, you know, like my brother who was hella into like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and shit like that, like, and the Terminator, all the stuff, all that shit from back in the day. Where when it came to the 80s and like 90s, like I got a little taste. That's why I like, you know, have a little bit culturally, a little like 90s kid aesthetic a little bit, because like for at least like the first like 5 to like 7 years of my life, my brother was like living with me mostly off and on. Like, I mean, he graduated fucking high school while I was like a little toddler shit my diapers at the same fucking school that I graduated from. So, I mean, it's like shit, dude. And he was a theater kid. And the poets and playwrights teacher that I had for high school, same guy who was the theater director, still is, as far as I'm aware, unless he retired now, you know, at that high school, that was a theater director, you know, and a playwright director, while my brother was doing theater at the time. So, fucking bake that noodle, dude. It's just like, bro. And also, that's why I love, you know, especially when hearing about Paul's, like, theater stuff. I just love hearing about it, because it's like, I think in a weird way, like, in an alternate timeline, instead of my brother getting into radio, he would get into, like, theater play and shit. And that would be kind of like him, almost. But instead of, like, the 80s and 90s and shit, you know, meeting Leonard Nimoy and stuff like that, you know, he would be, like, early 2000s and mid 2000s, you know, or like 2010s era with that shit. Which I think he would do fucking great with, honestly. Like, I think, you know, even for, like, I mean, because especially my immediate family, my brother, sister, my mom and dad, me, you know, like a lot of people that, you know, that I know, like, we're all creative, like, artistic minds, you know, in one way, shape, or form. Like, my brother with, like, music a little bit, when it comes to like poets, playwright stuff, you know, being a charismatic kind of what I do, but for radio kind of stuff in a way. Not to drop too much deets about his job. I'm because I'm kind of protective about it, because he's actually really well known. Let's just say that. So I don't really want to drop too much deets. In fact, I don't know if Mordoc's still in here, but I guarantee you know his name. I guarantee you, dude. In fact, I bet you if I Discord you his name, you would know it. I'm not kidding. I'm not even joking. I bet you would if he's in here. I don't know if he is, but if he is, I'm just saying, dude. Like, you probably have heard of my brother. That's why I kind of tend to be reserved about him, because I don't want to, like, you know. He's in a way more public limelight where it actually matters way more than my shit, you know? Like, I don't really think, you know, if any of my coworkers or my boss or the fucking company knows I do this shit, I don't think they're gonna go fuck, you know? Like, and even if they did, like, they would have to find a lot of reason to fucking, you know, take me out then at that point when it comes to firing me then. Because it's my off time, so they can't do shit. So it's just one of those things, you know? It's like, but for him, like, I mean, he's been for some shit, you know, when it comes to this type of stuff. He's actually even had, like, his own, before, like, you know, getting canceled or, you know, and shit like that was a thing. He even had his little brush with that. And in fact, it even made local news statewide. Like, throughout the entire state, local news stations talked about it and shit. Like, there's, you know, because like I said, it's one of those things where I tend to be a little reserved with. And frankly, I probably am saying too much as it is, but it's just one of those things where it's like, he, you know, I mean, he's my bro, you know, but it's like, he doesn't need the affiliation of what I do, you know, with him. And likewise with mine, because we do totally different things, you know, we're really, and not totally different people. We are freakishly similar, as despite generational difference shit and stuff like that. But like, I mean, it's one of those things where it's mostly a respect thing to try to keep it separate, at least especially as much as possible. Like because like I said, he tends to be pretty privy about like that kind of stuff. So it's just out of respect for him, especially because. Like I said, probably already said too much as it is. But, because given enough deep dive in, I'm sure someone could find something. But I'm not going to add any more to what I already did. So, good luck, I guess, if you're a freak about it. Basically, Paul?
I can explain.
Wait, what? Basically, Paul? My dude, my guy, I could explain.
I can
This basically is the summary of all, like, the weirdos that have kinks and shit. Because this old dude is literally doing... Message above last. Oh, wait. Like, Paul, on his off days, is probably staying up until 3 a.m. in nothing but a bathrobe and boxes watching TMNT reruns and eating Count Chocula or something. Yeah, true, because then it is literally like, hey, what's up, Paul?
I can explain.
Yeah, you better. You better, bish. Oh, shit. Hold on, let me do this. Please tell me that didn't, unfortunately, fikity up. Can I click the view all, please? Okay. No, it did. Ugh, now I have to go back. Fuck. All right. I do remember it was actually during that point. Hey, how's it going, Mr. fucking nerd boy? Okay, there we go. All right, it was right here. Okay, cool. That fish never does explain. Yeah, he never does. To be fair, he only did so he could not. To be fair, he did only so he could not that he would. He also had to, look at what he can see, to be unburdened by what has been. See that I could, he mean. I'm not going to lie, that literally sounded like you just directly quoted Kamala Harris. To be fair, he only did so he could not that he could. And would. Because he had to go see and be unburdened by what has been. Or whatever the fuck she said. Or whatever the fuck that weird ass quote is.
Mr. Krabs is in there, standing at the concession.
Maybe I need to kick the habit of typing both in chat and on my stories so shit doesn't jumble. Nah, I'm still do it. It adds a little funny flair sometimes, so whatever. If it makes me look like a moron and makes it, like I look like I did a bit, then, it's just fodder for people. So, you know what? I mean, win-win across the board. Who cares, right?
What the heck does that mean? I don't know. Squidward told me to yell it at people.
Then you must be SpongeBob SquarePants.
Yes?
Dude, you are like a fry cook legend. Will you sign my spatula?
Anything for an aspiring fry cook. So, did you come down to help out the cause?
No, I came to take your job. Hey, thanks.
Scab! Oh! Scab! Oh, shit. Damn. I was about, because honestly, I kind of forgot that actually happened in this episode. Look at SpongeBob, he's like, what? He's like, what? Oh, shit. And he took the spatula, too? Damn. And the pen. Dude, the kid took the pen, too. He took it all. It's like, I took your job, and your pen, and everything else. Fuck you. Damn. That's some true scab shit right there. And what's funny, honestly, like, when it comes to, like, people being like, oh, shit, you're that one guy. Like, if you happen to have, like, like a local, like, yeah, people, look up to you or know you and this and that, but you also happen to be a part of the strike line or some shit. You know, yeah, there's gonna definitely be people that'll be like, oh yeah, I want to talk to you, you know, you know, shit like that, right? Like, there's gonna be a rapport there, because that's like a community rapport thing. But, it's like, you know, like, when it comes to, like, this type of shit, though, it never goes like that, though, by the way, when it comes to a scab. You know, like, that shit tends to go south pretty quick. You know, depending on if the cops are involved or not, or how many people are on the line versus the scabs and shit. Like, like, that shit usually does not go well. But when it comes just to, like, oh, hey, help a cause? Yeah, like, cause, I heard that you were on the line and stuff, and blah, 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 blah. In fact, honestly, like, a lot of these, strike lines tend to get bolstered and boosted because, like, a well-known name, tends to, support the line or, goes in and visits and shit. And that's just more, especially optically, but also just more eyes and ears on that. And that's just good for the union, for the strike. I mean, that's good across the board at that point. I mean, so, ain't nothing wrong with that. I kind of actually forgot that, like, the scab was, like, doing that weird thing. So it's kind of almost like, actually a little slight critique maybe in the episode in a sense, because, like, I mean, there's nothing wrong with having that communal rapport, but at the same time, it's like, it shouldn't be, done in the perspective of, like, well, I'm here to take your job, but I can kind of see why they did too, at the same time, but I mean, there is, like, a communal rapport thing that is actually possible when it comes to strike lines like this. Like, I mean, granted, there are going to be scabs that may try to butter up, be like, look, I'm trying to feed my family too, and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, look, I ain't trying to dog on that, but you're dogging on me and my family and shit when you're doing this. So, it's like, there's plenty of other jobs out there that aren't doing what we're doing. Go join there. In fact, some of us are probably working part-time doing that shit while we've been out here for like 3 months. So, like, I mean, you're probably going to see us there, if you happen to get applied. It's just one of those things where it's just kind of, I guess, a little critique in the episode's sake, but it's another, like, kind of nuanced and complicated thing, too, at the same time, because, I mean, you never truly know people's intentions when it comes to shit like this, right?
Attention, SpongeBob! You are a terrible striker! You just let...
True! Oh, so you're going to be working while these workers are striking? Well, so am I, friend. In fact, you don't want to deal with them because we can't use the back entrance. Follows a group of people who are waiting with bike chains and lead pipes.
All right, wait.
Oops.
Might cross our picket line without so much as a single threat.
I'm sorry, Squidward.
Fucking scab, dude!
Scab, bro!
Get his scab ass!
How about I try the signs again?
Forget the signs! I got something for you to do. Go stand over there.
Like this, Squidward?
Almost. A little more to the right. And perfect.
Classic. They fucking fired the long-term company.
Hey, and they do that shit. I'm on the line already as it is, and fuck him anyway. I'm alright. I'm done with this shit anyway, so fuck him. But yeah, yeah. But you know what? Let our boy cook. Let Carl Squidward Marks cook, okay?
The loyal employee, because he wanted more, because he dared attempt to unionize for better pay, and immediately fucking put a teenager in his job that is going to be paid even less, dude.
Yep.
Classic. Wow. We wanted his we wanted his pay not to be in the negative. Yeah.
You have been cheated and lied to.
I knew it.
Man, little random things like that, with SpongeBob is what makes it great, honestly. In the midst of our proletariat fucking speech.
Laborer shall no longer suffer from the noxious greed of Mr. Krabs.
Go ahead, hold on.
The gentle laborer shall no longer suffer from the noxious greed of Mr. Krabs.
The gentle laborer shall no longer deal with the obnoxious greed of Mr. Krabs, dude. Bruh. Based. Fire. Banger, bro.
What are you talking about?
I don't know, but he's got a megaphone.
We will dismantle oppression board by board. We'll saw the foundation of big business in half, even if it takes an eternity.
Gee, I don't know what Squidward's talking about, but he sure sounds convincing.
With your support,
I do, and it is convincing, and it's boost because it subconsciously stuck in my brain. It's subconsciously stuck in my brain with many other subconscious messages that eventually told me and enlightened me. To the oppression of the corporate man, to the boss man.
The hammer of the people's will crashing through the windows of Mr. Krabs' House of Servitude.
Based! Dude, I don't... who's the writer who wrote this? Like, because they had to have been, like, an unironic, like, trade union, hardcore lefty type or some shit that wrote, like, the script for this episode. I'm not even joking. Because... Well, yeah, and I know SpongeBob is one of them. I mean, they had the kind of like their core writers and shit for sure. I mean, for such an episode, especially with how like, I mean, this is literally in the episode of Squidward just going full like this is like some shit I would hear at like a labor rally or something right now, like unironically. Like I've heard actual like recorded labor speeches that sounded unironically similar to this. It's just like this is pretty like. Right over in your fucking face kind of like commentary and shit. It's like, bruh. I mean, it's a little, there's a little mixture of silly stuff because you have like the other fish being like, what's he talk about? I don't know. Sounds cool because he has a megaphone. Stuff like that. But, I mean, it's like right in your fucking face, but it's actually legit awesome. And I'm just like, dude, our boy Squidward, bro. Awesome. I love it. This is why it's my favorite episode of SpongeBob. This is, like, the best episode, honestly. This is great. Because of just how, like, in your face and, like... I mean, at the same time being funny and amusing, but just, like, legit overt, like, using Squidward as kind of, like, the face of it. Kind of like an overt message of, like, workers together, get a better deal, and... Thus, in a way, the bosses get a better deal because more productivity, more shit. Like, it's just like a win-win across the board, but it's just a sad but true tale of time, of humanity, where it's like it's always a back and forth with it. It's an ebb and flow.
Wow! All this supporting is making me hungry!
Hey, everybody, let's go get a Krabby Patty.
No! No! You motherfuckers! Go to the chum bucket instead. The once in your life, moment where Plankton can, like, fucking... Dude, this is why they need a Plankton, fucking showing up, subplot, where it's like, he could take advantage and be like, hey, why are they out there? And kind of thing. Dude, they could have done it. Because, bruh, instead of all... Dude. Oh, they could have done it, bro. It's just located disturbing. Why boycotts never work in a nutshell. The shot is located disturbing. Oh, wait, was shot? Oh, fuck. I obviously, okay, whatever. I read that too late. But, yeah, honestly, this is why boycotts don't work. Yeah, sad as it is. I do want them to work, especially in theory. But, yeah, especially considering, like, I mean, honestly, considering how interwoven so many of these companies are, to each other and, like, subsidiaries of a bigger conglomerate or, like, a bigger... capital firm, company or some shit. The one, I see what you mean. Oh, I know what you were talking about. Okay, yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, that was a little disturbing. Let's see, can we get it back? You know what? That is actually kind of disturbing. I'm not gonna lie. Dude. A parody punk... like, thrashy punk album, dude. Not just regular punk, but, like, heavy thrashy fucking punk, dude. Like, this, distort the fuck out of the image, make it black and white, make it look like there's blood oozing out of his fucking eye holes and shit, and then make Squidward look like he has, like, a gaping, like, fucking void, like, black hole for an eye there. Call it fish bones. I like it, dude. I like it. I dig it. I mean, it's a little bit too much of a play on to the band Fishbone, I will admit. But you know what? They could be an influence on it. Dude, Fishbone's got some heavy songs, dude. Dude, listen to Swim by Fishbone. That song goes fucking heavy. And the music video, especially considering it's the 90s, is actually very... hella progressive for its time, because like the reason why is because black women, for example, were not really seen as like a beauty standard in a sense, in a way where it's like it's mainstream, where like, you know, black beauty was actually being appreciated in a sense, even if it is kind of corporatized and stuff these days and shit like that, you know, whatever, you know, the flaws and critiques aside, it's like at that time it wasn't really like genuinely appreciated yet. And with Fishbone, like what in the beginning of the song, like they have legit a very beautiful, voluptuous, curvy black woman, you know, as a part of the music video. You know, at least at the very beginning of it, and kind of throughout the different, you know, parts of the song, you have different scenes and shit. And it was genuinely like a very like, you know, kind of a progressive music video for its time, just on that virtue, because that wasn't like, it was one of the first few times where, you know, a band or, you know, a culture, at least at that time, kind of like looked at back on and went like, damn, kind of thing. You know, like it wasn't really like as strong as mainstream as it is now. Like, because nowadays, like, no one really gives a fuck, right? Like, I mean, because you'll see like beautiful, voluptuous, curvy, you know, beautiful women of all different, you know, size, shapes, and shit, you know, of different backgrounds, you know, different races and stuff, right? But like back then, nowhere near as much. So to have like a music video on like MTV or some shit, you know, showing that was really kind of like, you know, a pinnacle thing at the time. And it was, you know, it was like, I think it was 94 when that music video came out and that song came out and shit. You know, if I remember correctly, it was either 93 or 94. It was like during the early 90s. Because Fishbone's been around since like the very, very late 70s, at least during the 80s, you know, for sure, and all throughout the 90s, and still doing their thing. I mean, shit, when I full tripped up on shrooms, you know, like, I was watching their ass live, and, like, that was probably one of the most favorite, best fucking shows I've ever been to. Like, straight up. And if they come to Portland again, I'm sure as shit gonna go, because I'm gonna go again, because, god damn, dude. Like, what? Fishbone? Yeah. If they're in Portland again, I'll even offer it to you too. I'll be like, yo, if I see him live again, I'll do it. I want to see him again, because fuck. I mean, now I realize why they're such an influential band for, you know, other artists like the Red Hot Chili Peppers and shit, like, and other bands that, you know, that I've gotten into and shit. I'm just like, I get it. I kind of get it, because they're versatile. They've done punk, ska, funk, like kind of like, you know, funkadelic kind of stuff. They've done punk, straight up alt metal, alt rock shit. They are one of, genuinely, unironically, probably one of the more diverse bands out there. And genuinely, they are such a fucking awesome band. Fuck, I want to. Oh, okay. Like, as soon as I see a Portland date on a tour they're doing again, I'm going. Because, fuck, dude. They are great.
Oh! Nobody gives a care about the fate of labor as long as they can get their instant gratification.
That was a great...
Based. In true. Well, based because it was just, like, said right on the cartoon show. But, yeah. Basically, though. True. In fact, I don't even want to replay that, because that was just probably the best thing, like, ever said on the show.
Nobody gives a care about the fate of labor as long as they can get their instant gratification.
Consumerism in a nutshell. Meowzilla. Consumerism of kitties. See? That is a prissy bitch of a cat. That cut off, though. That cut off, though. Hold on, that cut off, though. This is my cat after watching Godzilla. Oh my god. Dude, that cutoff was fucking hilarious. Dude, what the fuck?
That was a great.
That's beautiful, dude. Wow. I mean, good thing this doesn't happen. This only happens. This type of stuff only happens in cartoons.
True. Only in cartoons where these things happen. Reality never reflects in our art at all. No, not at all.
And this is technically not political. You know what I mean? What's politics is the top of the hour ad break, however.
Oh, fuck you, Hassan. You bastard. You cheeky fuck. You cheeky son of a bitch. I just want more SpongeBobby. I want my childhood nostalgia, damn it.
You practically had them eating out of your hands.
But they didn't, did they, Mr. Squidward? Because they were too busy eating out of mine. I wish you two had gone on strike earlier. Thanks for attracting all these paying customers with all your signage and your sloganeering.
All right, Mr. Krabs. You've gone too far this time. You can pick on me, but...
Oh, shit. Oh, dude. SpongeBob enlightened himself. He realized, because he started getting fucked on in his boy Squidward, he realized... Oh shit! He went from you're eating it, to like, oh, I'm enlightened now. Cause it's like, oh, you're gonna fuck, you can fuck on me, and I'll let you walk all over me. I'll suck your dick for all I care. But you fuck on my boy, now you're fucking with me. It's like you fuck my boy, you fucking my friend here right now. You know what that makes us? Cause he's my boy and my friend. We boy friends. Has anyone heard that meme? Ginger Billy. Does anyone know that one?
Where is our great leader? We are workers united. We're tired of
Hey!
smelly greed, and we're gonna saw your tables, and we're gonna snatch stuff with the people's hammer, and we're gonna...
Ah, yes, the people's hammer!
We're gonna... Squidward, what was that other part?
Dismantle your oppressive establishment?
The way he said that, though, it's like, we went through this before, like, not even 10 minutes ago, bro.
Two. And me and Squidward are gonna stay on strike until we get what we deserve, even if it takes...
Yeah, and dude, look at him. That's me right there. That be me. That's yep, that's when you get your workers galvanized and shit, and you're like, hey, it worked. And they're like talking with your boy and shit, your coworker. Dude, I'm not gonna lie, I've had like unironically like the labor talk kind of stuff with my coworkers and various of coworkers, formerly and otherwise, since I've been working there and shit. And bro, when they start kind of being like, yeah, kind of thing, dude, this is the feeling, like, straight up, dude. It's like, yeah. It's like, yeah. I mean, because, like, shit, bro. I mean, because whatever, like, social shit, people might, feel about certain things, and all that, like, fundamentally, the biggest commonality, between everybody, despite all that shit, is, like, the, struggle of, like, getting your daily bread and stuff like that. Like, because, the average rich fat guy type motherfucker, whether they're a politician, a shareholder, or a stockholder, or, a boss at a store or some shit, like, they don't realize that kind of shit. Because they never had to. I mean, it's these days. It's not like back in the day where a lot of it had to, like, legit, like, start from scratch or some shit. Like, nowadays, a lot of it is just inherited to them, or they have enough, like, fuck you, I got mine kind of mentality where they just rise up to the top of a fucking silver spoon in their mouth. So, I mean, it's just like, these days, that type of, like, actual, like, building yourself up from scratch, kind of merit is, as sad as it is, a diamond in the rough. And that shouldn't be the case. The diamond in the rough should be, like, well, antithetical, I suppose, but, like, it should be, like, someone who just, for some reason, just can't get out of, like, the extra steps to get up, type of thing. I mean, that should be kind of, like, the rare thing, more so than not. Like, why is everyone stuck in a fucking rut? It's like, it's one of those kind of things where it's like, it should be the opposite. Like, it should be a rare thing for someone to be stuck in a rut. and even then, like, there should at least be some sort of a system in place where they can at least still be somewhat comfortable, or some shit, right? Like, I mean, at least a minimal. It should be the reversal. Great role for Speed Sunshine Squidward. I guess funny enough how I'm talking about role reversal. Because, yeah, in a way. But yeah, that's how I feel. I mean, because the thing is, like, I was in, SpongeBob's, like, kind of thing right here. Like, look how mad he is. I mean, dude, there was a point where I used to be kind of like, oh, whatever, I got a job, I'm happy about that, but kind of shit. But then I started realizing shit. I became SpongeBob now in this part of the episode, and now I've been in the game long enough where I'm just a Squidward, and now when I get someone like this, like I was at one point, I just smile. I'm just like, yeah, got him. Got him. That's how I feel. I'm just like, hey, got him.
What we deserve, even if it takes forever.
Hey, hold on. You know what? I just realized something about this part of the episode because he just freaked the fuck out, had a panic attack. Didn't he say that he was going to go on for eternity kind of thing? Like, Squidward was saying this shit. Why do you think SpongeBob is parodying it? Did the reality just hit him in the face about that? Because that is the truth. I mean, it's not literally forever, but dude, strikes can legit go on for a long time. Role reversal? Yeah, it is. Because, like, now you got, like, someone who's hardcore radical, and is got all the spunk and energy, versus, like, the older, jaded, kind of blue-collar guy like Squidward. Which, it's kind of a weird, like, kind of give and take almost, and that's kind of a part of the union politics and labor politics about it. I think it's the fact that he's hearing SpongeBob say it. Yeah, I think it is. I think you're right. And honestly, there's a lot of older, like, blue-collar folks that probably do genuinely feel that way, because, like, I don't want to be doing this forever anymore. I want to start retiring at this point. Like, I want my pension. Like, I'm fighting, this contract because I want a strong pension kind of shit. Like, I mean, because there is a labor union politics and stuff like that. Where you got younger bucks like me that, are looking at other shit, but the pension part, not as much, just because, right now, that's not exactly like a major focus in comparison to like my immediate income shit or benefits and stuff, right? So, I mean, especially at least when it comes to that kind of age, dynamic kind of thing, when it comes to like, labor politics in this way, that's kind of where there is maybe a certain level of like the, like kind of criticism about different unions and shit, because, like there's this back and forth, especially with some who have been there for a long time and are kind of on the edge of retirement kind of shit. And you got ones who just started and are, kind of, putting their, greasing up their elbows a little bit when it comes to shit like this, So it's just one of those things where, I mean, it's just kind of, like I said, a part of like the complicated union politics of things, but I mean, either way, it's just like all of it should be expanded and have more, benefactory, elements to all this shit. Pensions, benefits, wages, etc. Fundamentally, that's what it's all about. It's just kind of, it's kind of a sad but true thing where, in a strike like this, where you have kind of two major different archetypes, where you kind of have like the young, youthful, isn't really knowledgeable about this type of shit with SpongeBob versus like the more older, jaded, who's knowledgeable about the stuff and understands it, but, a little cynical about things like Squidward. Like, you have these, major, different elements, like opposite extremes of the spectrum when it comes to like the broader, like kind of labor politic of things. When it comes to real politic of labor, basically, it's like they represent, different extremes of that broader political element. And, and like, there's not really that much animosity about stuff like that, but it happens sometimes because like some old geezer, types and stuff that are, retiring, like the new contract might not necessarily, add extra boosts or benefits to their pension and stuff, even if they're like expanding certain benefits and wages and shit, and just kind of leave that, the same, and they're kind of butthurt about that, or vice versa and shit. Like, I mean, that stuff happens, but like I said, like that's kind of the union politics of things, like not every single worker, when it comes to all what their needs or grievances are, going to be represented the exact same way. So there's always going to be people that are going to be upset and, like, God damn it, and it happens. But at least in between, like, the contract renewal type of shit, that's where the reps come into play, the shop stewards, etc. Like, that's where they come into play to be able to at least try to mitigate what they can in between all that shit to at least make things better, between the, from now till then kind of thing, I mean, that's why that type of shit's important. So, I mean, it's, all in all, it's kind of like its own politics, outside of, like, politics, where, it's like, you gotta have, like, some energy and investment into it to really kind of, like, get a little bit. But you have to kind of also be in that blue-collar sphere, too. And sad as it is, especially when it comes to, like, lefties, I don't really know if a lot of them, outside of some people like me being the weird and all that I am, or like someone like Paul, who used to do it in the past, like, it's not really many people, at least from what I can, see, a little bit, like, that really have that background and can really understand that. It's not like they don't exist, but it seems like they genuinely are kind of few and far between. It's kind of unfortunate, but, I mean, honestly, I think a lot of it's just because they don't talk about that much, but it needs to be more of a focus, like, legitimately. I mean, there's no better time than now. I mean, there's going to be a big general strike coming in 2028 on May Day. That day, May Day 2028, that's going to be a big fucking day. Mark my words on that shit. It's not me knowing that shit. Like, Sean Fain's organizing it. And it's it's shit like that is a long-term brewing thing, and it needs to be, sadly, as when it comes to that truth. But it's a big thing that is going to be huge, and hopefully, my national unit especially, kind of gets on board with that, because we're going for our, negotiations for our contracts now. It just recently expired back in April this year, so we got an opportunity to maybe join in with that, and hopefully, maybe I could kind of, at least push that word up a little bit, and at least see if maybe they're considering that. Because even if maybe time frame wise it's a shorter, like yearly contract kind of thing, so what? I mean, I think, in a long term investment with something like this, I think it would be way better, because that next contract, once it expires on that May Day on 28, we can get a lot bigger shit. Especially when you got all these different elements of, like, the industry and the work and in the economy just grinding to a fucking halt. Especially when you got grocery stores shutting down. Woo! It's one thing when you got, like, shipments not coming through. It's one thing when you got, like, certain manufacturing not, being made and shit no more. It's another thing when the stores start shutting down. Now everyone's getting involved. Even the consumer starts getting pissed. Especially because now they can't get their fucking, groceries. They can't get their bread. They can't get their milk, They can't get the eggs, They can't get their, like, fucking, like, what's the goddamn brand? The muffin dude. Like, not the muffin dude, the fucking mitten guy. Whatever the fuck. Well, I guess there is a muffin dude, too. I don't know. Like, you got all these different fucking brands. You know what I mean? Whatever. You got, like, they can't get their Kellogg's cereal and shit, They can't get their groceries. It's like, as soon as that shit starts happening, woo! Oh, boy. Like, people are going to get mad quick. And, yeah, maybe a lot of them are going to look at the workers and be like, well, what the fuck? But it's like, a lot of people are going to kind of really see why that is the case, and maybe even look up why that's even happening and realize, oh, well, maybe they should. Because I get groceries here all the time. I thought they were actually being treated fairly, and this and that. I never knew. So, I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, if you halt the economy enough, especially when it comes to, like, a fucking general strike like that, ooh, you don't realize the power that has. Because it is strong and it is fierce. And it's good. And it's a long-term investment that helps everybody. Even the fat cat. Because they don't look at the long-term profit and the long-term investment that comes with shit like that, where they fundamentally, at the end of the day, maybe have to wait 5 years or 6 years, but they end up making more money than they are now. But they're too stupid to understand that shit. Take it like an anti-capitalist fucking lefty dipshit like me. to fucking get that. Wow. All it took us, what, like 8 years of blue-collar work and just being a curious little explorer bee and a creative mind and all that shit. Like, what, is that all it took? Because goddamn. And all these motherfuckers come from, like, Harvard and Yale and have, like, prestigious titles in their corporations and shit. It's like, give me a fucking break.
On strike with SpongeBob forever?
I mean, technically, that's what it's supposed to be. That he did the right thing there, bro. What do you mean? You gave him the revolutionary principles, and he's just applying it. The fuck? SpongeBob is
I mean, I think a lot of that has to do with just because he did say specifically on strike with SpongeBob forever. Like, it's because it's with him. I don't really think it's the strike itself. Like, which honestly, I think a little bit of the subliminal like message on that is like, you might not always like your coworkers sometimes because they might be a little annoying or, you know, maybe you don't always agree with them and shit. I think that's kind of what is maybe trying to say and kind of critique that a little bit because the cross solidarity is like, yeah, you might not like that person because let's make it hypothetical. Like, let's say you're a trans person and one of your coworkers that you're on strike with happens to be kind of transphobic and shit like that, right? But because, like, you're on the strike line and shit, and let's say that, you know, you happen to be a little too radical for the cops liking and shit because they happen to be there that day to see if you're all being peaceful or not. And because you decide to, you know, let's say put a few, like, pro-union stickers, you know, up and down the block a little bit where you're all, you know, doing your strike or whatever, the cop decides to, you know, try to fucking harangue you and a few of your buddies because, you know, you took one or two of your friends with you or some shit, you know, to kind of walk up and down the block because on strike lines that does happen, you know, and, you know, the cops decide fuck with you. And that person, you know, it's like, you might not like them, but considering that there's like that commonality and that solidarity going on, they're probably way more fucking likely to stand up for your ass versus not. Like, legitimately, honestly. I mean, even if they might not like the fact that, oh, well, yeah, they're a train, but, you know, hey, they work good and this and that, and they're fine, I guess. We like similar music and stuff, so. You know, it's like they might have that kind of opinion, and just, as weird as it is, that alone might be like, well, why the fuck's the cop, you know, fuck with them? God damn it. They're a little weird and quirky and kind of a queer, but god damn it, they're my fucking kind of quirky queer. You don't fuck with them, I do. It's like, it's kind of a weird mentality like that almost. You know, and in a weird way, that's kind of that weird brotherhood kind of shit, or that sisterhood kind of stuff, right? Like, that's kind of what happens with blue collar shit. I mean, I like, cause I do that shit. I kind of do it with the chat sometimes, you know, with different people, you know? It's like, I do it with, like, a lot of my regulars a little bit. I kind of do that little edgy, little riff-raff little thing and stuff. That's kind of a common thing a little bit. Is it, like, you know, maybe as edgy as, like, maybe a conservative might do it? No. But, you know, it's kind of the same thing a little bit. And I do the same thing with a lot of people that, you know, I'm friends with and buddies with, even at the bar and shit. Like, it's whatever, you know? Like, I mean, you know, like, there's spectrum with that for sure, but, like, at the end of the day, it's like, I mean, when there's, like, that kind of, you know, camaraderie, like, even if, you know, you got your problems, you know, you think there's flaws in this and that or whatever, somebody, I mean, that shit tends to go out the window as soon as, like, you know, the system or the boss or, like, a scab or a cop, you know, tends to get in the way and starts fucking with them. Because it's like, well, wait a minute, I like to fuck with them a little bit because they're my coworker. I've known them for 3 years, god damn it. It's, you know, kind of shit. It's like, you don't get to fuck with them, you're just a fucking pig. You know, kind of shit. You know, it's like, that's kind of where it comes from. And honestly, like, I've done that shit at the bar too sometimes, where I notice, like, someone leaving, but because the cop happens to see him jaywalk or some shit, start haranguing him, like, I'll do the same fucking shit, you know? Like, I'll be, like, right outside the bar on the property of the bar, be like, well, you're a fucking dumb fuck, what are we doing, man? What, you got nothing better to do? You know, kind of bullshit. Oinky oinky, got nothing better to do kind of shit. Like, I'm just haranguing their ass. They can't do shit because I'm on the fucking property and all I'm doing is just voicing my shit. You know, so I'm not on a public property where that shit, you know, when it comes to, like, sound ordinance stuff, you know, is, like, heavily at play because no one's complaining about it. I mean, also it's a bar. The cop expects people to be a little rambunctious, so, there's like silly little leeway of shit like that. They might mark you and be like, well, if I happen to see you walking or driving home on my patrol, I'm stopping your ass, boy. Kind of bullshit, but, whatever. They can't do shit, like, frankly, unless they're being overtly dumb. Or give them a reason to fucking arrest your ass. But I'm smart. I never let them do. I mean, to bring it full circle, same thing when it comes to strikes. I mean, it's like, as long as you play smart, they never will. And hopefully it never ends up coming to the point where it has to, get someone to back you up because a scab or a cop, is trying to bust your ass or arrest your ass and shit. But the fact that camaraderie does take place and shit, despite, maybe someone's problems with somebody or maybe like a beef or, even it's like a disagreement or whatever the fuck, it's like there's this element of there's an element of camaraderie and, because, hey, we're all trying to make our daily bread. Yeah, you might be doing it for this and that, but I'm trying to do it for my reasons, kind of thing. But at the end of the day, we're trying to get our bread, kind of shit. Like, it all comes down to that.
Squidward has balls? No, Squidward is now being kind of bitch made. Hassan, you're ignoring this squid don't like Bob? It don't matter.
Snowman crab is gonna break.
It doesn't mean you're actually gonna do it forever. It just means that you're gonna do it for as long as it takes. You're supposed to say that. Squidward, stop dividing the left, man.
Hey, I don't blame him. But, that's why I kind of went on my little rant because there's a commentary to what I think they're doing with it, this is why, again, it's my favorite episode because I really do sometimes, especially when I go on my labor rants, I legit think of this episode in the back of my mind every now and then. I probably don't mention it all the time, but, I mean, it's on my mind, like my money, dude. It's like, got my money on my mind and my money in my mind on my money and type of shit. Or is it the other way around? Wait, it's like, mind on my money and my money on my mind. Yeah, it's the other way around. All right, whatever. Anyway. High and crossfaded, fuck off. But anyway, you get the point. It's just like, whenever I happen to talk about, like labor and stuff, this happens to be kind of like an overarching thing that, I notice, when it comes to this type of shit. And it just gets reminded a lot. I'm kind of glad I watched the episode again a little bit. I didn't even think Hassan would watch it, but, hey, gives me something to talk about in between missed unlocks.
Squidward, 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 Squidward.
I gotta beg Mr. Krabs for my job back and put an end to this nightmare.
No.
Evening, Mr. Squidward. I was just in the neighborhood and I thought I'd drop by to make you to come back to work. The Krusty Krab is a wreck. I'm ruined without you and that little yellow guy. The teenagers I hired is ruining the place. And the worst part is, they won't leave me alone.
All right, Mr. Krabs.
See what I mean? Squidward, please.
Squidward is about to break, and now look at him. He's like, oh. Because you want to know why? Because he's like the main rep, dude. And he's like, you know what? We're about to break it, but you know what? Corporate broke first. That's war attrition kind of shit right there that's being, kind of referenced here. It's like, it's a war of attrition kind of thing, sadly, as it is. Like, because honestly, a lot of companies, rely on that. That's why a lot of strikes, like, I remember SAG-AFTRA WAG lasting for quite a while. Not like a full year, but for, like, what? Like, 4 months or some shit? Like, 5 months? Like, for a while. And and a lot of it was because a lot of those companies were just hoping that, attrition would wear them out. Never did, obviously. But that's kind of the reason why. Same with the UAW and same with a lot of these other unions that tend to go on strike and shit. The ultimate tactic that a company, especially these days, as it is, can rely on is the war of attrition. And eventually a company will break from that because their profit losses are too great, for them to be like, eventually they start freaking out a little bit. And that's why, the solidarity can't break kind of thing. The camaraderie and the, when it comes to the picket line can't break kind of shit. I mean, as rough and as tough it can be, it's one of those things where, like if you break first, then basically the company can negotiate whatever concession they fucking want for them. And that ain't good, because that's just fucking cuts for the worker, basically. Right? Like, so that's why when it comes to the war of attrition, like, when it comes to the company breaking first, they're willing to negotiate whatever the fuck in order to just make it stop. That's why, like in this episode, as I guess because, it like for a SpongeBob like 30-minute program, it's like what, 2 episodes, per show or something like that. So, for a short time frame, like they have to like try to shove as much like commentary as they can, for like a 15-ish something episode. Yeah, like, so I kind of see why they're kind of rapid firing it a little bit, but that's kind of why it's stuck in my brain. The subconscious, messaging they're shoving here, it's very pointed. And if anything, more true today, and especially when it comes to his commentary, more so than ever. That's why it's my favorite ep. That's why Squidward is the GOAT. He had his, moments of compromise, but he held firm. And in fact, he was about to go out there and fucking talk to the crabs himself, but nah, he was already there begging his ass. Because those teens, that he's paying less, which is probably like, what, a penny? A penny a day, or some shit? It's just like, he's just like, they won't leave me alone, they're annoying, they have fucking everything up, like, all that shit. It's like, you'll actually know what you're doing. You're, like, actually a loyal crew. You're a good crew. I fucked up. Please, come back. It's like, they don't realize what they got until they lose it. You know what I mean? It's like, shit, bro. They can't, like, just realize that from the get-go and just stay thinking that? And realize that? And realize it's a win-win for everybody when you benefit the worker and the boss too, because it's not like, someone like me wants to see like the company fail, because then, hey, I won't have a job, right? Like, so, it's one of those things where it's like, I want to at least see, the boss and the company succeed enough to at least make sure I'm comfortable, and that, hey, I'm still got a job that's steady, right? Like, I mean, as long as there's a good balance and a healthy balance, with that, then it's all good, and it's a win-win. I mean, it's to the point where it's like, I mean, so many fucking countries, like Scandinavian countries, don't even have a minimum wage as a law anymore, because, like, pretty much everybody's in a fucking, union, or at least, in a collectivized workplace and shit, where, like, they don't need one anymore, because it's all negotiated based, off of, like, various different other fucking factors. And there happen to be some of the happiest nations in the fucking world. So, even the bosses and the worker, so to speak, are able to find a comfortable balance and a win-win there. And they're not exactly like hardcore lift economy fucking societies, by the way. But yet they're able to find at least some sort of a equilibrium when it comes to that element, so what the fuck? It's like, obviously, there can be a better alternative here. Minimum wage and union? Yeah. I think at the very minimal, there should at least be like a standardized like minimum wage that's tied to either inflation or productivity. And then like, every industry and workplace has at least some sort of a collective bargaining element, whether it's a union, a co-op, whatever the fuck, like, some sort of that, collective bargaining element in a workplace, to where, there's at least, a contract that, can comfortably let someone fucking live and not have to worry about, like, maybe getting a second job because they can't afford a fucking rent or some shit. It's like, I mean, there can easily be, like, an element or a system like that. And if, honestly, with something like that, eventually you wouldn't even necessarily need a minimum wage anymore, like I said. Because a lot of these countries, like I'm talking about, like Norway, Finland, etc., Austria, I know not Scandinavian, but, one of those other European countries that have figured it out enough to where they don't even really need, like, a standardized minimum wage anymore, because everybody makes at least enough of a comfortable living to where the minimum wage is just a basic comfortable living wage and maybe a little then some kind of stuff. And every other element, like, when it comes to insurance for healthcare and stuff like that, it's already taken care of either by the state or, by the benefits they get from the company that they work at, and by the state on top of that. So it's like, I mean, it's like a lot of shit's already pretty much like been figured out. And while America, we're still arguing about whether it's like too communist or not. It's like just fucking insane, dude. It's like, ugh. This country's whack. I mean, it really is, man. It's like, holy fuck, bro. I mean, when I start really thinking about it, especially when it comes to like these other elements, it's like, oh my god, we're fucking bunk as fuck. It's like we're insane.
You gotta come back.
You'll give us anything we want?
Yes, anything. So what do you say, Mr. Squidward?
Your story breaks my heart, Mr. Krabs. Why don't we take a little walk and discuss my terms?
Yeah. Ooh. Fucking risen our boy.
I got a bad feeling in the pit of me wallet.
Good.
Gee, being on strike with Squidward sure is a kick. Squidward's words are...
Oh my god, he's listening to union music. Holy shit. Hell yeah. Wait, is that an actual song, by the way? Wait, what's he listening to? Is that a real song?
Gee, being on strike with Squidward...
Dude, that actually... Dude, I think that is. Dude, it's... I never heard it. I think... What the fuck? What? Dude, I've heard so many, like, union... labor music and shit in the past. Like, dude, I've never heard that one. If they made that song just for this fucking episode, that would be kind of wild. But I wouldn't necessarily be too surprised. But usually a lot of, like, labor music and stuff, like, like Solidarity Forever, for example. Like, a lot of them tend to be already publicly domain, and in the nature of a lot of these songs, they tend to be very loosely copyrighted for the most part. I say for the most part because some artists are... I know Amphini's work is copyrighted, sadly, but I think if she had it her way, she probably wouldn't, but she passed away due to COVID-related complications with pneumonia back in 2020, which fucking upset me when I found that out, and I was like, bruh. It's like, no. Around the time I got into her shit, I found out she died. It's like, god damn it. Another motherfucker, too, was Mojo Nixon. I found out he died earlier in February this year in 2024. I was like, what the fuck? But you know what? He died, honestly, in the best way for him. I know that sounds weird, but I read the article about it. He was on, like, a little rockabilly, kind of like, rock and roll cruise kind of thing. And he was one of the performers, and he made a nice, rambunctious, rockabilly, good old show kind of thing. And all that shit. And unfortunately, later that night, his heart failed, and he had a heart attack, and passed away later that night after they took him to the hospital and shit when they airlifted him out and stuff like that. But I mean, even a lot of his, even the family and a lot of other people that were around him, at that time when they, realized what happened and shit, like, they all said, like, it's sad that it happened, but he would not want to go any other way. You know what I mean? Like, it was one of those things where it's like he wouldn't want to go any other way. Like, if there was a way for Mojo to go out, that was the way to go out. Because he was all around his fans, rockabilly folk artist types, just jamming out, having a couple beers, jamming, making music, having a show, all that shit. And, hey, kick the can. It's like, it shocked me, but, he went out like a badass motherfucker. He went out like a true rock and roller. So, cheers to that, honestly. Because, like, he's, like, a pretty good influence for me when it comes to a lot of, like, the music, and the shit that I like to listen to, especially when it comes to, like, kind of that country cowpunk kind of stuff. Because there's not really many country-style artists I like to listen to, but Mojo kind of overlaps a lot of that with this, like, kind of rockabilly cowpunk kind of vibe a little. And a lot of his later works, end up being just kind of straight up, like, rockabilly style kind of country rock, but still very like aggressively rebellious. And pretty much the only other person I could think of being like that would pretty much be Weirdo Walker Jr., at least contemporarily these days. And hey, luckily he's still alive. Luckily that guy's still living. Living and kicking.
There is a kick. Squidward's words are still buzzing around in my head like an angry jellyfish. Squidward was right. I can't just sit here. It's time for action.
Radical fucking SpongeBob, dude. The radical
Restore
leftist.
the working man to his rightful glory. I will dismantle this oppressive establishment, board by board.
Yes!
I will saw
Literally.
tyranny in half. Gnaw at the ankles of big business.
Yes!
Squidward will be so proud.
Well, Squidward, those were intense negotiations.
After some hardcore negotiations and you inspire the proletariat to get radical, and oh no, dude. You know, this, funny enough, this is like kind of the weird balance of like a strike, so to speak. Because he kind of got like the union heads have to negotiate with the bosses and all this other bullshit. And they also kind of have to be held to account a little bit with some of the radical stuff that, you know, the workers might do on strike. At least especially if it makes news. Or if it's like really impactful. And honestly, a lot of times it usually is due to retaliation or defensive aspects because of scabs, cops, etc. You know, like I was talking about from earlier and the different things that happen with that. But every now and then, you get some motherfuckers that get a little antsy and want to maybe like spray paint some stuff. Maybe fuck the factory up or fuck the workplace up a little bit. You know, just to make the work, especially for the scabs, that much harder. You know, shit like that, right? Which I get. And in fact, honestly, it has its place. I mean, I'll be honest, it does. But, like, sometimes you really need to understand and temper about where that may or may be acceptable or applicable, right? Like, and when you got, like, you know, a potential fulcrum of, like, yo, we are about to potentially win a really hardcore good contract kind of thing, that's like the last thing you need to do, right? Like, if anything, unless it's strictly defensive when it comes to, like, maybe scabs trying to break your shit or a cop breaking shit up and stuff like that, like, unless some stuff like that, just sit out there, you know, with your sign and do some chants, sing some songs, stuff like that. Like, I mean, you know, there's a place, right? But when it comes to that, like, be peaceful as fuck, because that really helps galvanize of, like, look, when it comes to all that radical shit that happened off and on, you know, in between all of our negotiations, you know, in the past, like, between, like, you know, the 3 weeks, month, 3 months, whatever the fuck, sometimes even years, you know, it's like, however long it took, it's like, all that shit was because of retaliation and defensive measures, because of people that you try to hire as scabs, and cops that decide to try to break shit up, because, you know, they decide to justify, you know, different actions as, you know, unlawful protesting and shit like that, and decide to break it up. All this sort of stuff. Arrested some of our, you know, brothers and sisters and shit. Like, I mean, like they can at least use the argument saying, hey, that, you know, we can at least, you know, we're doing that defensively because look at what we're doing right now. We're all peaceful. We always have been from the start and in between everything until the end. You know, even if maybe that there's a little white lie in that. Because, yeah, maybe sometimes, you know, you get a couple, you know, workers on the line that might be a little radical. I mean, hey, I would be one of them. But, you know, that's okay. I mean, but there's an element of tempering that and at least, you know, understanding where it's aight versus where it just kind of puts a wrench in everything, right? Like, there's a balance with that. I mean, I guess not to really sound libby about it, but, I mean, there is. Tankies. Yeah, SpongeBob literally did a tanky moment. Yeah. Like, I mean, I'm not one to throw tanky around, but unironically, this would literally be a tanky moment. Like, legit. I mean, honestly, you're not wrong at all. This is literally what... Like, I know, like, you know, lefties love to... Like, especially people like Voosh and shit. Like, I know they like to kind of... Not to throw around the brush that much about this, but... There's a lot of people that like to throw tanky as just a buzzword for, like, radical lefties, but there's genuine merit to tankies are, and this literally is some tanky shit. Like this, right? Like what SpongeBob did is literally unironically tanky shit. Like this is like the praxis of tankies. Like what SpongeBob did. Like just throwing a wrench in everything just because we need to go way harder and just fuck them all, and we ought to fucking put the boss on the fucking goddamn gallows or blah, 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 whatever. It's like, which look, I could get. I even will sympathize a little bit, honestly, but no, that's not how you do it. I mean, look, it's just got to be blunt and truthful when it comes to reality. That's just not how you do it, bro. Like, I mean, depending on how far it gets pushed, but as far as it stands, especially now, no, that's literally the worst thing you could do. It's like it just enforces more of this bullshit like oppressive state anyway. Like as it stands for now, when it comes to that type of shit, because they love to fucking propagandize about like the evils of the radicalism, regardless if it's just spray painting something or someone smashing a window, whatever the fuck. It's like it's just not a good idea. At least for now. It's just saying. I mean, like I said, depends how far it gets pushed, but usually 99% of the time, not a good idea.
I'm glad you saw it our way, Mr. Krabs.
Now I can fire them teenagers and get me 2 golden boys back. Well, see it.
I forgot SpongeBob literally barked it fucking down. Oh my god, I forgot he went that hardcore, bro. Like I said, sometimes there's merit to burning that shit down, because at least the company can fucking have it insured and paid off, and they can have it rebuilt, and it doesn't cost them a dime. But there's a place and a time for that. This is the exact opposite. This is taking shit. This is the exact opposite of good radicalism. Cause this be some tanky shit. Tanky shit. Opposite of good shit, it be tanky shit. And SpongeBob is just like, ew, giggity, giggity.
SpongeBob.
This is me being like, bro, I get it, but yo, this is literally like, if you were gonna do this, you should have done that right off the bat. What the fuck are you doing? Like, no, dude, that's me, dude. Squidward's me right now. SpongeBob had no idea Squidward and Eugene had to work things out. Yeah, that is true. Which, honestly, I think that is, a commentary about proper communication when it comes to, union leadership and the workers, that are unionized as well. And giving them, the skinny and the scuttlebutt when it comes to, like, the negotiations. Like, which usually unions tend to be pretty good about that. But sometimes, sometimes shit doesn't always get through on time, and this was certainly a critique, about like kind of one of the flaws about like union politics in a way where communication doesn't really hit right off the bat. I don't really think it's a problem as much anymore because of social media and like the internet and stuff. Like nowadays, it's you can get shit pretty immediate like that. Like so, like word will spread pretty fucking quick nowadays. But I mean, especially for the time when this episode aired, like there was a little bit more still of an onus of like, yeah, information ain't getting out that quick. Like no one had like a smartphone like we got now back in the day, right? Obviously, I mean, they weren't even a thing yet. Yeah, so like for immediate access of information outside of like the local paper or like the TV that might be in your fucking business or bar that you're going to or whatever, it's like beyond some shit like that, you're pretty much getting shit like the day before, maybe 2 days, or maybe even a week prior when it comes to information. So, I mean, I think, the critique isn't as strong as it, is, or at least was in the past. But it's still a critique, though, because sometimes, like, some people just aren't totally paying attention, just don't, realize, like, oh, maybe I should have backed off, or maybe we should, just hold the line and not go extra, or, do that radicalism stuff. So, I mean, it's still a valid critique, for sure. But that's just kind of a broader critique of some of the more radical elements of, union politics and labor politics, especially where, they're not willing to at least maybe take a quick step back and assess the situation before taking action.
Done! I did exactly as you said, Squidward. I dismantled the establishment. Now we'll get our job back for sure.
Squidward! SpongeBob!
Yes, Mr. Krabs? Here it comes.
In order to pay off these damages, you two are gonna work for me forever!
Yahoo!
Company script time, baby!
Right work, Squidward.
Woo! Yeah, baby! That's what I'm talking about, company script!
We got our jobs back! Forever! 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 Forever!
One eternity later.
Bro did not apply a dialectical analysis of the present conditions of the struggle.
True. Damn.
I mean, it's cool. Where were the defended kids from leftist shit motherfuckers go when this episode came out? I guess too busy protesting $1.65.
Mission failed successfully. Yep. I mean, that's why I love... Dude, this is why it's one of my favorite episodes. Because, I kind of feel myself as like a balance of Squidward and SpongeBob. Unironically. Like, I mean, I feel the radicalism that gets inspired in the Sponge, but I'm also jaded like Squidward. Like, I find myself being kind of a mixture of the two a little bit. And also, I get the teenagers too being scabs. Like, I get them, but it's like, y'all aren't feeding your families. You're just trying to get like extra lunch money, okay? So, like, but I mean, there's a broader analysis to it anyway. I mean, the fact that routines was just, just kind of use as an example. At least, for the show or for the episode. But, so, it's one of my favorite eps. I mean, I guess thinking about it, I wouldn't necessarily say it's probably my most favorite episode, but at least when it comes to, like, a social commentary on, like, the show, like, it's probably my favorite episode. But I think for the ultimate favorite episode of SpongeBob, it's at least top 3. At least top 3. Probably really top 2. There's probably at least maybe one out there that I would say is probably more of a favorite if I were to watch, some SpongeBob again. Why is he scurrying around again? He's going hammer time and scurrying off. Bruh. Hey, this ain't no stop hammer time. We screwing around with some hammer time, bruh. Really? Wow. Stop. Hammer time. Man. I think I might...
Kool-Aid pop.
Ah! Whoa, how am I back on the shorts again? Jesus. Okay, yeah. Jesus. Dylan Hollis. Oh my god. Fucking surprising me with your voice. I just forgot what I was about to say. Oh, I remember. I was between like School Rock and like now SpongeBob. Like I got like some nostalgia like shit that you watch now. Cause I'm pretty sure there's like a 24-hour stream of SpongeBob, ain't there? I'm pretty sure there's like straight up episodes on YouTube, ain't there? Wait, the first result on YouTube is SpongeBob Core. Is this a genre? Oh my god! It is. What the fuck? Dude, this is a genre? Okay, there's too many genres, dude. There's too many genres, but you know what? I'm okay with it. I'm gonna listen to one, actually. Okay, this is a... We're pulling this one up. This is the one we're looking at. What? Unofficial music video? Okay, we're gonna... Yeah, there we go. I don't know how loud it is. Well, at least I have it in the middle ground first.
Good afternoon, sir. Could we interest you in some chocolate?
Chocolate? Did you say chocolate? Yes, sir. With or without nuts. Chocolate? Chocolate! 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 Chocolate!
This shit's fucking hard, dude. What the fuck?
Now that I've got you right where I want you!
Low-key terrified? Dude, low-key banger, bro. What the fuck? This is awesome! Dude, what did we just stumble upon? I'm giving it a like. Dude, this is actually a banger. What the You know what? Thank you, YouTube algorithm. I didn't even mean to. I was just wanting to look up and see if this shit was like streaming on YouTube or something. But, you know, here we are, dude. This is awesome. This is better. This is awesome, bro.
Finally! I've been trying to catch you boys all day! I'd like to buy all your chocolate.
Dude. You know, Dude, my birthday literally falls on a karaoke night at Duffy's, and I'm kind of lucky one to make it a party. Should I just say fucking and also do some weird, wild shit like this? Should I just, like, memorize this and just overlay a little bit on top of it? Like, cause, dude, on my birthday, like, and when it comes to, like, I'm sure I got I make sure I have 3 days, like the 15th, 16th, 17th, I make sure I have, like, the day before and after, you know, because I want to make sure I get at least, you know, various different things done, like, you know, hang out with my family and my mom, with a little dinner and stuff like that, have a vibe with the boys, you know, shit, and with the boys that can't, you know, hang out on the birthday, continue that shit on the 17th with some of the boys that I know can hang out that day. So, it's gonna, dude, I'm actually a little low. You're saying low-key terrified of this song. I'm low-key terrified about what the fuck I'm gonna look like on those, like, birthday karaoke streams. For both of them, too, by the way. Because I know I'm gonna probably have some birthday shots. I know people are probably gonna... Oh, no. Oh, fuck me, dude. I'm probably gonna be... I'm gonna at least try to make sure that sober smart part of my brain is just like, watch yourself. Because... I got a feeling, dude, that I'm gonna... You're probably gonna see me, like, lit. Not, like, right now. Like, I'm just, like, a nice little fun little buzz crossfade. I'm talking, like... I probably won't remember. Like, I'm just so...
Thank you for your patronage.
What was all that yelling?
Yes!
You just can't wait for me to die, can you? What are they selling?
Chocolates!
What are they selling?
Chocolates!
Hello, young lady.
What was all that yelling?
We're selling chocolate. We're selling chocolate.
What?
Is your mother home?
This goes way too fucking hard, bro. This is legit as a banger. I mean, honestly, unironically, this is awesome. This is legit diabolical.
I love you.
Okay, I wasn't ready for that. What the fuck? I wasn't ready for that. Okay, you know what? I might legit kind of replay this in my mind a little bit. I might like go back to this one because I think I might do this one. I guarantee there ain't no karaoke event. I don't give a fuck. So, honestly, I've been there long enough to where I know they'll just let me do it. Like, I know they won't give a fuck. But I'm gonna have to make sure it is, like, memorized in the brain. It's pretty easy, though. It's just basically like, chocolate! It's just basically that a bunch of times. Oh God. Oh, my God. Is there more of this, by the way? I need more. I want at least one. Oh. Wait. That's 9 minutes long? That's like an EP. Dude, that's literally an EP. There's albums and EPs of this shit? Okay, you know what? We're not going to listen to that whole thing, but we're going to at least, listen to a song. Is there a timestamp of the songs? Hey, there we go. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Wombology, Destroyer of Evil, At Night, Perfume Department, 3 days, no shirt, no shoes, no service. Ooh. You know what? Honestly, literally the first one, Wombology, is just like kind of, speaking to me a little bit.
That guy got hit in the head with a coconut!
What, did you just fall out of a coconut tree? Tie-in! Mama La hairstyle. Oh. And this is a banger. What the fuck? This is awesome!
The inner machinations of my mind are an enigma. He only liked me for my shorts!
This is amazing, dude! I have just unleashed a... I know this is a parody, but I don't even give a fuck. I love it. This is beautiful. This is awesome!
Feels like somebody wants to tell me something!
I wombo,
This is legit amazing. This is what art is meant to be.
The study of wombo? It's first grade, SpongeBob!
Can you take that in a dignified and sophisticated manner?
You mean like a
Dude, this breakdown, though. Dude, okay, that was actually a banger, bro. What the fuck? Okay, I might have to listen to this EP later. I'm just gonna like it all. That alone just gives it a like. Bro, what the fuck? Why is that amazing? Yo, there's more? What? There's a full out. What? 9 years? Wait, this has been around for like a decade? And I'm now just finding out about it? Wait, when was this uploaded? Hey, this literally been around a decade, and I'm now just finding out about it. Bruh. What the fuck? Why am I being Patrick Star living under a rock right now? Bruh. I'm now just being enlightened? Like, dude, this is... I'm already in love. Don't mess with Texas. Oh my god, I kind of low-key want to listen to that right now. I won't, but holy shit, I'm just so glad I'm now just discovered a weird, silly niche genre, but I don't even care, dude. It's amazing. Finished whip. Finished work in progress. 3.5k words nearly. Damn. And honestly, now that I just realized, a lot of this shit is probably just public domain kind of stuff. I could probably get away with just having this in the background too. Oh my god, and then we'll have to worry about copyright. Oh dude, fuck yeah. I could do that. And then every now and then I can start banging my ass a little bit. Dude. This shit goes hard, bro. I mean, really, I can't believe I just now discovered that this is a genre. Someone called Gary. What's this one called? I won't play it, but I mean, I kind of want to, but I won't. Stop laughing, you fools. Oh, I already know what scene they're even referring to, dude. It's fucking Manta Ray Man or whatever his fucking name was. Oh my god, we got some kitties. Kitties! I'm always down for kitties. What the fuck was that cat doing? Dude, what's that cat doing? I always scroll down just so I can kind of restart that initial fucking short you sent me, but that was dude, that cat, I feel so bad for the cat, but just watching that cat just like just okay. Okay. I'll watch that short, I promise. But dude, we got it, dude. That dude, we gotta see that again. The music was too perfect too. Bro, I feel so bad for that cat. Oh my god. Okay, that was too good. Holy shit. Okay. Alright. Let's go back up so I can. Because this cat, like, what the fuck is this cat doing? This cat is like doing like some funky fresh shit, dude. Cicada? That was indeed a cicada. You know, Oregon's got their own native cicadas. I hear them all the time, but I never see them. I want to see a fucking cicada, damn it. I want to hear these little motherfuckers going. I want to see these motherfuckers. I always hear them in the trees, man. It's like the BC, dude. They're in the trees. It's like Charlie, man. They're in the trees, bruh. But I can never see them. They're never there. Well, they are there, but it's just like it's like I never see like even a carcass of one. I never see any of it. They happen to be there. I know they're there because I hear them go all the time. But no, it's not. No, it's Man Ray. Oh yeah, it's Man Ray. Well, forgive me. It's been a fat minute since I've seen SpongeBob, up until that episode we just watched earlier, off and on, in between all our sunlocks for the last 4 hours, okay? So... These cats fighting? Guess they were. What? I was about to say that cat, honestly, legit, kind of had a weird dog-like thing going on with it. It didn't just fucking sprung like a goddamn spring and just went psycho mode. So I don't even know what that cat is about, dude. That is a psycho weird black cat, dude. Psycho cat.
I'm not feeding you!
Dude, that's great. Dude, that has some contempt. We need to hear that again. That was some contempt. That was just fucking vocalized. That sounds like a human, dude. It's like, ah! That, you know what? Was it a human? I'm starting to have some doubts. That meow wants blood. I'm starting to even wonder if that was a cat, because we never saw a cat. Do we see a cat in this video? No.
I'm not feeding you!
Yeah, we never saw a cat in that video, so you know what? I'm calling bullshit. Bullshit right there, son. That was a human doing that, just mimicking the kitty. I mean, this cat here is not mimicking the cat. This cat is going, yeah, this kitty.
You don't know.
What the fuck is this? Dude. This cat is like, I ought the derps. Bruh. Dude, this cat is the most derpiest little derp to ever derp. Like, holy shit, man.
Behind those eyes, Steve.
Okay, this cat's gonna kill.
Oh, you.
Update.
Oh my god, this is another derp. Holy shit. Oh, damn. Kitty fart. Oh shit. Chemical warfare, dude. Agent Orange just got dispelled upon your fucking room. Enjoy. Chemical warfare, chemical warfare, chemical warfare.
Look what I just found. The cat cafe. Oh.
Hitler kitty looking at Polish kitty, being like, yo, I want that. Das ist mine, yeah. The Constable will make sure that we seize you, you little furball fuck.
Look at this.
I can't look at that because it's literally off screen because YouTube Shorts did not want to auto adjust so we can see the entire thing. So I cannot see what you have just put upon forth for me to see because I can't see it. Ah. But that's on YouTube's end because I can't help it. You know, sometimes I got split screen some bullshit. So YouTube, you can maybe acknowledge and recognize that you know some people do that shit, and maybe I don't know, fix your shit. Ain't that hard, bitch? You do it for regular videos when they're vertical, so why not the shorts? Ain't that hard, damn it? But secondly, I suck la fucking. I swear, there's like a TARDIS that's in there, but he just leaves it open the entire time. Because what the fuck, like, weird, like, workshop contraption shit has he got going on in there for, like, a little... Like, what sounds like a fucking... Like a belt or some shit, like, you know, cycling through some cogs or some shit. I know it is. Cat's stupid. Yeah. Well, a lot of cats tend to be pretty dumb and derpy and stupid. Same with dogs. I mean, they're smart, and honestly, I think they kind of play it up a little bit because they know humans are very heavily amused by their antics. So I think they play it up, dude. I think dogs and cats have kind of, like, realized that shit and have amped it up and kind of played it on a little bit. And, you know, they just use that for our own amusement because they see us for the apes that we are. I think that's just kind of case. I mean, there's the caninids, the insectoids, the reptilioids, and the felinoids, dude. And they're all competing on conquering Earth. And they're all in competition on, like, how many vessels for their agenda they're able to consume. And then they got motherfuckers like me who just, like, loves them all across the board. So it's just like, I mean, what says I, you know? It's like whoever wins on top, I mean, I guess I'm good, but they might, you know, do some, like, you know, stalling shit and fucking murk my ass, you know, to tie a loose end once they seize power, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Like, I mean, I'm probably fucked either way, but you know what? I'm just gonna ride the wave until then, I guess, because, you know, that's just what happens when you're an animal lover and love critters of all types. It's like, I don't know, what are you gonna do, you know? Well, one of them conquers us all, they're, you know, you're kind of fucked because they're gonna tie a loose end and stall in your ass. Put you a fucking gulag, dude. That ain't good. But you know what? Shit happens, bro. That's why you just gotta ride the wave. Just gotta ride the wave, man. Oh shit, it's 9 seconds till 420 is over. Oh fuck. I'm not late. Oh fuck, I eat. Ooh. Even with that 10-second fucking oh shit moment, like, I don't know why that's important, but you know, I don't care. Whatever. I like how YouTube has like this watch it again kind of thing. I love this. Well, I hate it, but I kind of love it at the same time. It's like, bruh. Like, oh my god, Demon Mama, she literally entered stream less than an hour ago. Oh my god. She started at 4. She started at 4 in the afternoon, and she ended this shit less than an hour. Oh my god, what the fuck was she doing for, like, all that time? Oh, it says it right there, Dark Souls 2. Whatever. I didn't see that part of the title. But, damn, bro. Grinding. But, just give me random shit, dude. I love it. It's just literally Demon Mom and Paul. And also the one that Paul did earlier. Oh. And the reason why I got back on Saturday is because you requested it. And I still want... I don't know if he saw it yet. I don't think he did. But he did, you know, I did tell him, like, hey, I got Chick's number and, you know, kind of got, you know, flirted on a little bit because of that. So, you know, like, and he was like, yo, what I tell you know what? You know, this is here for the horse's mouth. It's literally like the first, like, what, somewhere around here, I think.
What do you think, T? It's been too long since we had a pizza and a beer. And
somewhere around here. Wait, is there chat available yet? Is live chat? Yeah, this will actually help me a little bit because I can break it. Oh, yep, I haven't said it yet, so Oh, there we go. There we go. It's all right.
Frying like a piece of bacon on the sidewalk, and then it's right back up.
Hey, I'll say this link to after that later.
I streamed my karaoke.
Hey.
Katie got back and got a girl's number from it. That's what I'm talking about, son. That's
Oi!
I told you it's a killer one. Nobody ever thinks to do it. Because nobody's got the balls to get up and do it. But if you can do it.
Hey, you know what? It was harder than I thought. I will admit that. But you know what? Hey, it was a flex and it worked. Flexed and it worked. Hey. Because I legit, the other night, asked him on my way up there, I was like, yo, which song should I do? And he just, he was like, yo, you kind of set the, framework down a little bit, and then he went, bum, 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 bum. And I was like, oh, I know what you're doing. Oh, that, yeah. I was like, oh, I know. I was like, say no more. But he was like, yo, you have to be, because I think he kind of, thought that I was probably just going to a random bar, like not where I'm a regular at, so to speak. So I can't be like, I never done this before. I'm an awkward white guy. Like, I can't really do that, but I kind of am, but so I guess just by proxy I am, but I can't just like do that when I'm a regular and everyone knows me, basically. You know what I mean? So it's one of those things where it's like, I'm just going to say fuck it and just do it anyway. But hey, like it still worked. It still worked. I mean, cause straight up, dude, not just on that, not just that on top, but like, I had a girl straight up like come right up to me, and be like, "Hey, I liked your singing this and that, blah blah." Because I already sung like another song after when she showed up, and I was like, "Oh, certainly random, but not unwarranted at all." I was like, "Well, hello." So it was certainly an experience. It's like I said, it was kind of like I caught off guard, but. It's like, oh shit. So, ain't complaining about that, you know what I mean? Because Paul knew what was up. I trusted his word, took the song, said fuck it, and it worked. Granted, I didn't, full on do the wick dip, you know what I'm saying? But, the foundations have been established. You know what I mean? It's like, oh shit. I'm actually surprised that Instagram allows split screen now, because I remember back when this shit didn't do it. Wait, what was this? Third or fourth posts? Wait, come on, click it. Click it. Come on. There we go. I'm a libertarian. What's that mean? It means he's afraid of positive duties. No, it doesn't. People have moral obligation to help others. Stop, Patrick, you're scaring him. Damn. And the fourth one? Me listening to religious people describe heaven as some moneyless classless world where everything is free, then criticize comments. Damn. True. Let's go for the memes here. What's the other memes? Following, by the way. I can fix him. I can fix her. I can radicalize them. True. True. Should have said the fifth post too. And probably the sixth one. USA's great setting. Lol. K. 2024. USA's great setting. Yes. True. Okay, am I just gonna start spamming liking these posts as I see them? Okay, you know what? I already know that this is gonna be a like. I can already tell. Having a great time. True. Yeah, this is me. Already off the bat. Me. Colonialization has ruined everything, and there's so much we'll never get to experience because of what it's taken from. Yep. Knew it. Knew it. Just call me out. Oof. Yep. That accurate. Same thing with the meme of about like, oh yeah, I'll just have a beer. 3 beers in, starts talking about like, basically doing like a Lenin speech in front of everybody. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, yeah, this with weed and with beer too. Like, honestly, like the devil's liquor and with weed, devil's lettuce and, the devil's water. Same premise. I mean, you could literally have like a beer where it's just like, you have a 6-pack and you got like 2 where it's like, I'm having a great time. And then the last 4 is that. You know what I mean? It's like, same thing. Straight up. Just like, same premise applies. Okay, this fucking account got some bangers. What's the more recent ones? What we got here? Paul is one bad Paul. They just stop buy things and say it. I tell you. Okay, we won't buy things. Please buy things. We need consumerism because we need you to consume. Consume, please. True. Wait. Person so forgot. True. Yeah, pretty simple to the point. True. I like this account. I like it. I like that. It's good shit. It was funny. Even though we kind of partly glanced at the topic that I would have probably went into if it wasn't for the funny SpongeBob shit. I kind of like how YouTube was like, hey, watch it again. Like when it came... Because the thing when it came to that damn near 10-hour stream that Demon Mama did, like, that was kind of the thing I wanted to maybe dibble-dabble in a little bit. Which is on a virtue of, like, feeling vindicated about Zan. Okay, now I mentioned it. But, because holy shit, what a two-faced piece of shit, scumbag, little fucking bitch boy weasel, bro. I feel so fucking vindicated when it comes to that motherfucker, bro. Straight up. I mean, I was even mentioning, I think, from last time where I was like, I might mention it in, like, kind of one stream. Yeah, it's like a little, like, just to say the final piece, so to speak, and just kind of move on. But, honestly, I kind of feel like I said what I said, but considering some of the shit he said, especially to, Demon Mama, and what he said about her, and just smear, it's just like, it makes me want to at least put my 2 cents in a little bit, but, well, that'll be for another time. Maybe she'll upload it as a segment eventually. She'll have a video on it, so when she uploads it as a video, we'll look at it there. Because I'm sure there might be some timestamps, and at the very minimum, we can skim around it. Because she went on that shit for, like, at least half of that fucking stream, straight up. So, chances are that there will at least be a condensed uploaded video of it, and we could just skim around that. So, I'll just at least wait until then, I guess. And then I'll have my little hoorah with it. And roll my little laps. I know Paul's a little familiar with DM, so I'm kind of wondering if maybe, I can maybe send a super chat and be like, yo, bruh, like, this motherfucker, like, all the things that they want to say about Voosh, like, Zan is pretty much that, but literally worse. And also, literally a paid shell, too. Like, the dude is being paid by Progressive Victory, a pro-hardcore, like, Biden, like, Democratic, DNC organization. Which now they're pro-Harris, but it's like, honestly, especially with a lot of who he is now, it's like, it explains a lot. Like, the dude literally is a grifter. And, again, it's kind of a victim lap for me, where it's like, and not just for me, but for a lot of people, frankly. But it's like, fuck. Again, a lot of the shit that's kind of come out about this motherfucker because Demon Mama don't give a fuck no more. Like, she, saw that the bridge was burnt, and she's like, you know what? Fine. I don't want anything to do with him anymore. Especially after how he's been in the past and how he is now. Like, no. Fuck him now. Like, because, oof. It was definitely... There was certainly some shit where even I was like, what the fuck? Like that, him, literally being paid by Progressive Victory, for example. Like, that was like... Even I didn't know that. I was like, what? But apparently he's flexed it before. He's even openly said that. Yeah, I do. I even have videos where I collaborate them. Blah, blah, blah. Like, because apparently on the website, he has videos up there, that he's done. So, nothing I was aware of, but I was like, what? It's like, yeah. It's like, not even Vosh is that bad because he's put money to them, not the other way around. I guess in a weird way, it's like Vosh is actually kind of like, legit looks way fucking better. And that's saying something because he's just, honestly, I just think he's just kind of like a out of touch rich boy. But I was saying, like, he's legit a grifty little fucking backstabbing two-faced fucking weasel little worm. Like, it's a little slime ball, dude. You don't celebrate being 25. It's like, give me a break. You're still a fucking mentality of a child. You barely got the maturity of a fucking 15-year-old, let alone a goddamn fucking 25-year-old. So give me a break, you little pissant. Good thing that he's fucking basically burnt every fucking bridge and all the, like, these different lefties, flaws and all. Demon, Vush, etc. Like, good thing they don't have to really focus with his dumbass anymore, because now they can kind of start focusing on some other shit. Because, ugh. I'm kind of getting a little ahead of myself because I want to kind of save a little bit of this shit, for, that other time. So I'm getting a little ahead of myself a little bit. But, idiot. Let's get myself some food, all that good shit. So, peace out, and see you on the next one with a little coffee lunch break, morning break, something. We'll see. So.